الحضور الكرام، يرجى استلام سماعات الترجمة الخاصة بكم. Dear guests, I would like to kindly ask non-bilingual speakers to collect their translation headsets.
Yes, هذا نو.
أنا لي مدرس يأتيني من اسكندرية في رمضان، أنا من أشوفه داخل من باب المجلس أنا أهرول له، وأمام الناس أقول لهم هذا أستاذي، هذا الذي قوم لساني بالعربية. نتمنى يعني أن يكون مكانة المدرس مكانة رفيعة وينال كل احترام.
هو الحلم الذي أشرقت شمسه وانبثق ضياءه وأطلت رؤاه من صرح أكاديمي يعتمد البحوث والدراسات العلمية في تخطيطه الاستراتيجي، ويقدم علوما تربوية متطورة، ويرعى ويحفز ويسند معلمين معاصرين ملأهم الشغف، أدواتهم التمكن من الوسائط الرقمية والأساليب التربوية، دافعهم إيمان عميق برسالة ولا أنبل.
بسم الله وعلى بركة الله نفتتح أكاديمية الشارقة للتعليم.
وذا غرس في حقل المعرفة التربوية والعلوم الإنسانية، جادت به يد كريمة لمعلم ملهم وراع للمعلم والعلماء. منح دارته الوارفة الظلال أكاديمية تؤتي أكلا طيبا بعون الله. ولأن النبتة لا تكبر وتزدهر إلا بعناية فائقة، أولت أكاديمية الشارقة للتعليم اهتماما خاصا بمرحلة الطفولة المبكرة، حيث أطلقت برنامج الشهادة التخصصية في التربية للطفولة المبكرة، والذي يستهدف القيادات والمعلمين ومساعدي المعلمين في مرحلة رياض الأطفال. في إطار جهودها لدعم جودة برامج التطوير المهني لتلبية احتياجات الكوادر التربوية في مختلف المؤسسات التعليمية في الدولة، وقعت أكاديمية الشارقة للتعليم مذكرة تفاهم مع البكالوريا الدولية وهيئة الشارقة للتعليم الخاص من أجل تعزيز التبادل الفعال للخبرات ومشاركة فضل التجارب والممارسات. وجاءت مبادرة المدرسة التوجيهية التي أطلقتها الأكاديمية لتتوج العمل المشترك بينها وبين المدارس المتميزة في إمارة الشارقة، والتي عملت على استضافة التطبيق العملي لبرامج الأكاديمية ضمن فصولها الدراسية. اختيرت الشارقة لاستضافة الدورة الثانية في المؤتمر الإقليمي لرعاية وتربية الطفولة المبكرة في الدول العربية، والذي نظمته الأكاديمية بالتعاون مع هيئة الشارقة للتعليم الخاص. كما أطلقت الأكاديمية عدة دورات تدريبية لاقت إقبالا واسعا من المعلمين، ومن ضمنها دورة علم تحفيز الطلاب والتقييم الذاتي للمعلمين والتقييم الذاتي للقادة. وأما برنامج الماجستير المعلم القيادي، والذي يطلق العنان للابتكار والاستدامة والتعليم الأخضر كمفاهيم مستدامة في العملية التدريسية ويدرب القيادات عليها، فقد صمم خصيصا بالتعاون مع جامعة هلسنكي الفنلندية. كما أبرمت أكاديمية الشارقة للتعليم شراكة حصرية في إمارة الشارقة مع كامبريدج للتعليم الدولي تهدف إلى تقديم باقة واسعة من برامج تطوير الكفاءات الاحترافية في التعليم. شمس تشرق آفاقها كل صباح مع أنفاس الميدان التربوي بطلابه ومعلميه وقياداته وآماله وطموحاته، التي نتعهد لنغزل خيوط غدها الواثق بالعلم والعمل في بوتقة قوامها التعليم الشامل المستدام. نعمل يدا بيد مع شركائنا لبناء جيل واعد من القادة التربويين المبدعين لندعم مستقبل التعليم الشامل والمستدام.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. سعادة الدكتورة محدثة الهاشمي، رئيس هيئة الشارقة للتعليم الخاص، رئيس أكاديمية الشارقة للتعليم. سعادة تولا يوهانا أريولا، سفيرة جمهورية فنلندا لدى دولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة. أصحاب السعادة، السيدات والسادة، الحضور الكريم، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. مرحبا بكم في الدورة الثالثة لقمة الشارقة الدولية لتطوير التعليم، التي تقام تحت شعار ريادة مستقبل التعليم برعاية صاحب السمو الشيخ الدكتور سلطان بن محمد القاسمي، عضو المجلس الأعلى حاكم الشارقة حفظه الله. تستضيف الأكاديمية اليوم جمعا من الخبراء والباحثين الذين قدموا من كل حدب وصوب لمشاركة آرائهم حول أفضل الممارسات القائمة على أبحاث تطوير المدارس وجودة الحياة الشمولية، والتعمق في الإمكانيات التحويلية للذكاء الاصطناعي وتوظيفها بشكل فعال في التعليم الحديث، ملقين الضوء على أبرز التجارب التربوية الناجحة حول العالم وأحدث الدراسات البحثية المعنية بالممارسات التعليمية، وخاصة في ضوء أدوات وتقنيات الذكاء الاصطناعي. وإنه لمن دواعي سرورنا أن تستمر مسيرة العمل المشترك المثمرة مع شركائنا في هيئة الشارقة للتعليم الخاص ومؤسسة كارنيجي للنهوض بالتعليم، من أجل التوصل إلى حلول فعالة لمواجهة مختلف التحديات التي فرضتها التغيرات التكنولوجية المتسارعة على قطاع التعليم على المستوى المحلي والإقليمي والعالمي. يسرني أن أستهل برنامجنا اليوم بدعوة سعادة الدكتورة محدثة الهاشمي، رئيس هيئة الشارقة للتعليم الخاص، رئيس أكاديمية الشارقة للتعليم، لإلقاء كلمتها الافتتاحية، فلتتفضل مشكورة.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. أصحاب المعالي والسعادة، ضيوفنا الكرام، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته، وأهلا وسهلا بكم معنا في قمة الشارقة الدولية لتطوير التعليم. إنه لشرف عظيم أن نحظى برعاية صاحب السمو الشيخ الدكتور سلطان بن محمد القاسمي، عضو المجلس الأعلى حاكم إمارة الشارقة، حفظه الله ورعاه، لقمتنا المختصة بتطوير التعليم، والتي نتشرف بأن نعرض خلالها نهج الشارقة لتطوير التعليم، النهج العلمي المبني على ركائز أساسية للارتقاء بمنظومة التعليم. إذ تؤكد الأبحاث والدراسات العلمية أن عوامل نجاح أي منظومة تعليمية يعتمد على أسس ومتطلبات علمية، أهمها ثقافة التحسين المستمر، والتي تبنتها هيئة الشارقة للتعليم الخاص منذ نشأتها. فقد تلقت هيئة الشارقة للتعليم الخاص عام 2018، وذلك قبل أن تبدأ بتنظيم التعليم الخاص في الإمارة، نتائج تقييم جودة أداء المدارس الخاصة، والتي شكلت حينها تحدياً كبيراً غير مسبوق، إذ كانت نسبة 8% فقط من مدارس القطاع الخاص في الشارقة تقييمها جيد فما فوق، ونسبة 4% فقط من المدارس تقييمها في اللغة العربية للناطقين بها في مستوى جيد فما فوق، ونسبة 15% فقط من طلابنا في مدارس الشارقة الخاصة يتلقون تعليما جيدا فما فوق، ونسبة 15% فقط معلمين وقيادات في المدارس مدربين ومؤهلين، و0% من المعلمين المواطنين في مدارس الشارقة الخاصة. ومنذ تلك اللحظة الفارقة في عمر التعليم الخاص في إمارة الشارقة، انطلقت مسيرة التحسين والتطوير المدرسي، مستلهمة رؤية حاكم الشارقة ومستضيئة بتوجيهاته الملهمة في تشكيل نهج الشارقة لتطوير التعليم وفق ركائز علمية 5، وهي: الركيزة الأولى الدعم الحكومي، حيث امتدت أيادي سموه البيضاء في دعم القطاع الخاص في إمارة العلم والثقافة في سخاء لا يجارى، متمثلا في دعم البنية التحتية والموارد الرئيسية. فجاء اعتماد حضانات الشارقة كحضانات توجيهية معنية بتدريب وتأهيل معلمي الطفولة المبكرة، ومبادرة مدرسة أجمل، وماء زلال، وأولادكم في مأمن، وبالعلم نتكاتف، ومشروع سلطان القاسمي للتوطين في القطاع الخاص. الركيزة الثانية ثقافة التحسين المستمر، والذي تقدمه الهيئة بكل إداراتها، ومن بينها إدارة التحسين المستمر والمبادرات المختلفة، مثل مبادرة بالعربية نرتقي، واعتماد الشارقة إمارة معيارية للاختبارات الدولية، ومبادرة المدارس التوجيهية، وتوأمة المدارس والمدارس الصحية ومدارس صديقة للطفل وغيرها. الركيزة الثالثة الحوكمة، بما تشمله من سياسات وتشريعات وأنظمة تقنية وإعادة هندسة العمليات والإجراءات وإنشاء المنصات الرقمية وأتمتة الخدمات وعمليات تقييم أداء المؤسسات التعليمية الخاصة في برنامج إتقان. الركيزة الرابعة بناء القدرات، حيث نعمل على رفع الكفاءات، والتي من أجلها أطلقت أكاديمية الشارقة للتعليم، الأكاديمية المختصة بالمعلمين، وبرنامج معلم وأفتخر، والذي يرفد الميدان بكفاءات وطنية. الركيزة الخامسة المجتمع الشريك، وفيه شركاؤنا في العملية التربوية يعبرون عن آرائهم، يسجلون التحديات، نستمع لصوتهم ونضع الخطط، كما الحال مع مجلس مديري المدارس الخاصة في الشارقة ومجلس مديري الحضانات الخاصة وغيرها. وبنهج الشارقة لتطوير التعليم، وبالركائز العلمية الخمس التي استند العمل فيها على البحوث المختصة في التطوير والتحسين، جاءت نتائج تقييم جودة أداء المدارس الخاصة في الشارقة برنامج إتقان للعام 2023، ونتائج مؤشرات الأداء في هيئة الشارقة للتعليم الخاص لتحقق نقلة نوعية في تطوير وتحسين التعليم في الإمارة. ونتشرف بعرض هذه النتائج على ضيوفنا الأعزاء، حيث تحسن أداء المدارس في القطاع الخاص في إمارة الشارقة بنسبة 70% في برنامج إتقان بالمقارنة مع نتائج التقييم المدرسي لعام 2018. وتحسن أداء المدارس في كل المواد، وتفوقت مادة اللغة العربية للناطقين بها من 40% بمستوى جيد فما فوق إلى نسبة 59%. فأصبح تقييم اللغة العربية 100% بمستوى مقبول فما فوق. وقفزت نسبة 15% فقط من الطلبة ممن كانوا يتلقون تعليما في مدارس مستواها جيد إلى 61%. وتحقق رضا أولياء أمور الطلبة والطالبات عن جودة التعليم والتعلم بنسبة 84%. وفي مؤشر ثقة أولياء أمور الطلبة والطالبات في التعليم في الإمارة تحققت نسبة 90%. وفي مؤشر جودة حياة الطلبة تحققت نسبة 86%. وقفز مؤشر تدريب وتطوير قدرات المعلمين من نسبة 15% إلى نسبة 70%. يستاهلون. كما زادت نسبة الاستثمار في التعليم في القطاع الخاص في الإمارة بمعدل 25%، الأمر الذي يعكس تعزيز ثقة المستثمرين فيه. ولعل أبرز ما حققه نهج الشارقة لتطوير التعليم وجود 78 معلماً ومعلمة أكفاء من المواطنين من منتسبي برنامج معلم وأفتخر يمارسون رسالة التعليم في مدارس القطاع الخاص في الإمارة. الحمد لله نبارك لمجتمعنا التعليمي هذه النقلة النوعية. وما قمة الشارقة الدولية لتطوير التعليم التي نحتفل اليوم بافتتاح فعالياتها إلا تأكيد على ريادة إمارة الشارقة وقيادتها لمستقبل التعليم، بما يتوائم مع الرؤى السامية التي لطالما تعلمنا من صاحب السمو حاكم الشارقة أصولها وفنونها. وسموه القائل: لدينا إيمان راسخ بأن توفير التعليم الجيد لشبابنا وشاباتنا هو أفضل استثمار طويل الأمد على الإطلاق. وفي ريادة مستقبل التعليم خلال المرحلة المقبلة بإذن الله سنركز على تطبيق البحث العلمي والثورة الرقمية بكل أشكالها في تفعيل نهج الشارقة لتطوير التعليم للارتقاء بمستويات تحصيل وتقدم الطلبة وتمكينهم من الابتكار وصناعة المستقبل. وفي الختام نشكر كل من شرفنا بالحضور من ضيوف قمتنا، ونشكر كل من أسهم في إنجازها، والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
شكرا سعادة الدكتورة محدثة الهاشمي. والآن تسرني دعوة البروفيسور جيف ماسترز الرئيس التنفيذي للمجلس الأسترالي للبحوث التربوية لإلقاء كلمته، فليتفضل مشكورا.
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for that introduction. Let me begin by saying what a delight it is to be in your beautiful country once again, and I'm looking forward to being part of this summit over the next 2 days. Thank you. I want to spend just a few minutes this morning talking about what it takes to build a world-class learning system. The observations that I will make are based on a 3-year study I undertook recently in some of the world's highest performing education systems. In particular, I spent some time looking at the learning systems in British Columbia, Estonia, Finland, Hong Kong, and South Korea. And there were many conclusions reached in that study. The results of the study are now published in a book. The book is titled Building a World-Class Learning System. But among the observations that we made in that study was the observation relating to the importance of alignment across a system. There needs to be alignment of all components of a learning system around the core objectives of school education. And if one looks at the highest performing systems in the world, you can see in general that there's strong alignment between the various components of the system. But there also needs to be alignment around some underlying principles, some not only objectives of the system, but also some principles that underlie the curriculum, underlie assessment, underlie preparation of and development of teachers, for example. So what I observed was that in the world's highest performing school systems, there's a focus on just a couple of very urgent global challenges. And the first challenge is to better prepare young people for their future, for future learning, for future life, for the workplace. This is a priority in all high-performing systems. And they're asking themselves this question: how do we do a better job of preparing young people for the future? And in the systems that I looked at, there's recognition that the system is not doing as well as it might in preparing young people for their future. Too often, curricula are still focused on covering lots of content, on memorization of material, on reproduction of what is taught, and what these high-performing school systems are recognising is that to better prepare young people for their future, there needs to be stronger focus on thinking. So they often talk about a thinking curriculum, critical thinking, creative thinking, having a deep conceptual understanding of material, being able to use or apply those deep understandings across a range of contexts, and having other skills like being able to communicate, being able to collaborate, work as a member of a team. So the point I'm making here is that in the world's best performing school systems, there's a strong focus on this question: how do we better prepare young people for their future? And there's a belief, even among the best school systems in the world, that they are not doing this as well as they would like to, as well as they might. Then secondly, among these objectives or challenges is the challenge of ensuring that every student learns successfully. And again, these high-performing school systems recognise that they are not doing this as well as they might. That there are many students, even in the best school systems in the world, there are many students who are getting through school but not achieving even minimally acceptable levels in basics like reading and mathematics. So these are the two objectives that all high-performing school systems in the world are very focused on. They recognise that they could do these things better than they are, and they're working to address these two challenges. And I think for any school system in the world that aspires to be world-class, a world-class school system, there needs to be a focus on these two questions. When I say a learning system, what I mean is the curriculum. I mean the way that learning is assessed and reported, the way that teachers are prepared and developed. There are other elements as well, like leadership, the quality of the leadership that's provided, the support that's provided for students who require additional support. These aspects of a learning system need to work together. They need to be mutually supportive. They need to be focused on those two challenges that I mentioned: better preparing young people for the future, ensuring that everybody learns successfully. Now, it might seem obvious that that should be the case, but even in some of the best performing school systems in the world, you see that these things are not always mutually supportive. For example, the curriculum may say all the right things about how young people should be developed, but that's not reflected in their examination processes, which sometimes narrow the focus. So my first point is that on this slide is that there needs to be alignment of the various components of the system. There also needs to be alignment across the agencies that are responsible for these aspects of the learning system. Again, in many countries, what we find is that there's a curriculum division, there's an examinations authority, there's an authority responsible for preparing teachers, but they don't always communicate with each other as well as they might. And so there are silos constructed within the school system. Or across the country, there are different parts of the country that are not aligned with other parts of the country in terms of their priorities and the way they approach these issues. So there needs to be, if a school system wishes to be a high-performing, world-class school system, it needs to address this question of alignment, focusing on the challenges that I mentioned, and ensuring that all components of the learning system are aligned, are part of a coherent, integrated system. What gives alignment to a school system is also a focus on some underlying principles. And I just wanted to mention some of the principles that we see in very high-performing school systems internationally. One principle is a focus on students as individuals, recognising, so it's often called student-centred learning, recognising that to address the needs of students, it's not adequate to simply treat them as a member of a group, to assume that we can conclude what they need to support their learning from their age or from their cultural group. We need to see students as individuals, to understand the points they've reached in their learning, to understand their backgrounds if possible, what the challenges are they're experiencing, so that we can design personalised, student-centred, individualised programs of learning to ensure that every student learns as effectively as possible. So across the countries that I looked at, high-performing countries, there's a lot of talk about and a strong focus on more student-centred approaches to learning. And that may include also giving students more agency or more control over their own learning. Second principle is the idea of holistic learning. In other words, paying attention to the development of the whole child, not just their cognitive development, but also their social development, their emotional development, their spiritual development. So thinking about the whole child, thinking holistically, in all these school systems, all these high-performing school systems, we see a greater focus on thinking about the whole child, thinking holistically about learning. And then thirdly, the idea of learning as developmental or progressive. And what I mean by this is, in these school systems, these high-performing school systems, there's a recognition of learning as an ongoing process, a continuous process, a lifelong process, if you like. It's not just a matter of learning a body of content, being assessed and graded, and then moving to the next body of content, but there's an underpinning understanding of learning as progressive or developmental. And the purpose of assessment, for example, is to establish the points that individual students have reached in their learning, so that next steps for learning can be identified. So these are the points that I wanted to make, that in high-performing school systems internationally, in world-class learning systems, there's strong alignment of the components of a learning system, strong alignment across the country itself, geographically, strong alignment of the various authorities or agencies that are responsible for different activities within the school system. Thank you very much.
شكرا بروفيسور ماسترز. والآن نشاهد معا عرضاً تقديمياً لطلاب من مدارس وحضانات إمارة الشارقة.
أنا الطالبة عائشة المرزوقي من مدرسة الإبداع العلمي، أتعلم في شارقة العلم والثقافة، وأرحب بسلطان القلوب. أنا متعلمة طموحة، لدي أحلام كبيرة، أحدد أهدافي لأصل إلى إنجازات مميزة، وأثق بقدراتي.
الشارقة للتعليم على توفير هذه الفرصة القيمة لكوادر الحضانات في إمارة الشارقة الباسمة.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Hello everyone, I am Ali Ahmed Al-Loghani from Al-Kamal American School, Halwan. And today, I'm really happy to present to you one of my amazing ideas and projects, Sustainability Electric Charging Station.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. I am Budur Jasim Al-Ziyudi from the 11th grade from Al-Kamal American Private School, Halwan. And I'm very glad and honored to be standing in front of you in this summit, as all the thanks goes to the Innovation Academy of Sharjah for this great opportunity. As well-being is one of the themes of this summit, and also as Sharjah has contributed and adopted this concept, I decided to talk about my project, which is manufacturing soap by recycling it from the waste cooking oil. Now, Ali, can you tell me more about your project?
So my project is Sustainability Electric Charging Station, using renewable energy through solar panels, windmills and water generators. Through these renewable energy sources, we can charge electrical vehicles on highways, because we have many problems that are facing us since after COP28 people are starting to notice to use more electrical vehicles to help in sustainability. So it causes a lot of problems. For example, the car is low on charge and he needs to charge his car on the highway. So there's these charging stations that he can charge his car. So tell us, Budur, how will your idea help in well-being?
Yes, so it contributes significantly to well-being, as it serves as waste reduction, resource conservation, and the protection of the environment of our community, Sharjah, thereby enhancing our overall community. Now, how about your inspiration, Ali?
The inspiration of my project came when I've noticed that there was a lot of carbon footprints because of gas vehicles, and people are now starting to notice about electrical vehicles. Since I was in the gas station with my dad, I left the car so I can get me something. When I was leaving, I was seeing an electrical vehicle getting towed. So I went to the owner of the vehicle. I asked him, why is your electrical vehicle getting towed? He told me that he lost charge while he was on the highway, and he needed someone to pick up his car. So that caused a lot of traffic. Many people got in crashes, and it was really dangerous for other people. So why not help in many ways? Through this idea, we can help in sustainability and also in well-being. So tell us, Budur, how will your idea help our community?
Yes, so exactly. First, I'm going to talk about the inspiration. So I got inspired from this project, but from my kitchen, as I witnessed my mother and many other women struggling on how to dispose the waste cooking oil in a safe, environmentally friendly manner. Now, here it comes the idea of recycling the waste cooking oil, the harmful substance, into an indispensable item that can help our community. And now في نهاية المطاف أحببت أن أنهي كلامي بلغة الأم وأشكر صاحب السمو الشيخ الدكتور سلطان القاسمي وأقول له شكرا لك فعلا لا قولا، فنحن هنا لكي نقول لك ونشكرك ونقول لك أن أحلامنا وطموحاتنا لإمارة الشارقة عالية ليس لها سقف، ونحن خلف المبدأ الذي يقول تجري الرياح كما تشتهي سفينتنا، نحن الرياح ونحن البحر والسفن، إن الذي يرتجي شيئا يلقاه، وإن حاربته الإنس والجن فاقصد إلى قمم الأشياء تدركها، تجري الرياح كما أرادت لها سفينتنا، وسفينتنا ستقود الإمارات إلى أماكن لم نحلم بها. وشكرا.
شكرا لكم على هذا العرض المميز. أما الآن فأود أن أدعو سعادة الدكتورة جنين رومانو، المدير التنفيذي لأكاديمية الشارقة للتعليم، إلى المنصة، فلتتفضل مشكورة. ويشاركنا افتراضيا في هذه الجلسة الدكتور تيموثي نولز، رئيس مؤسسة كارنيجي للنهوض بالتعليم.
Assalamu alaikum. Greetings from California. It's an immense privilege to be here with Sharjah's educational leadership, esteemed members of the global educational community, and guests of the third International Sharjah Summit on Education, Improvement in Education. And most importantly, with some extraordinary young people from Sharjah. What a pleasure to see them on stage again this year. Please know I'm very much with you in spirit and look forward to when I can be with you again in person. Today, we are celebrating the remarkable accomplishments of the Sharjah Educational Academy and Educational Authority under the visionary leadership of His Highness. And on behalf of the Carnegie Foundation, we're humbled to join you in your efforts to develop an educational future where young people are prepared to thrive, to prosper and contribute to their communities. Carnegie's mission is to catalyze transformation so every student can lead a healthy, dignified, and fulfilling life. And we've pursued this mission in many ways over the last 117 years. We established the first and largest retirement fund in the United States for teachers and professors and others who work to do public good. We founded the College Board, the Education Testing Service, which is now the largest assessment company in the world. And we created the Pell Grants, the United States government's mechanism for supporting students who cannot afford to pay for university themselves. And we created standards that continue to shape engineering and law and education and medical schools in the United States and throughout the world. One lesson we've learned as we've worked to introduce improvement science across the globe is that transformation takes time. But just because it doesn't happen overnight does not mean it's inconsequential. Just the opposite. Some of the most important changes in society and certainly in education take decades to take root and flourish. We've also learned to listen carefully every day to those with whom we partner, people whose wisdom and experience help us see our blind spots, deepen our understanding of the work, and challenge us with the question, how might we improve improvement? How might we get better at getting better? And as my colleague, Dr. Paul LeMahieu, who is with you today, reminds me, improvement is not designed as a static science. It's rather an evolving one. The goal then is not to improve with fidelity, just to follow instructions, whether they lead to improvement or not. The goal is to improve with fidelity, with integrity, accepting nothing less than success in addressing long-standing and persistent problems. I'm convinced if improvement science is to thrive long into the future, we must leverage it to tackle the biggest challenges we face. Challenges that cut across classrooms and schools, and challenges that, were we to find ways to solve them in one place, would accelerate progress for young people in many other places as well. For Carnegie, this means thinking carefully about where we focus and the partnerships that we establish. In the United States, we're working to leverage improvement science to accelerate high school and post-secondary completion at broad scale, knowing that if we do, millions of people will live longer, healthier lives, earn more, participate in civic society, and have children who have higher levels of educational attainment. We're also convinced that we're at a juncture in history that demands and makes possible the transformation of secondary schooling, such that it becomes genuinely competency-based. Looking forward, we would very much like to explore working with Sharjah on the transformation of secondary schooling so many more young people go on to lead fulfilling and purposeful lives. These are certainly not the only big problems to address, but I'm convinced if improvement is to gather steam in the decades ahead, we need to take on challenges that not only help us to address immediate needs, but also help accelerate human progress as a whole. Finally, a word about our partnership with Sharjah. The Carnegie Foundation has unwavering confidence in our partnership with the Sharjah Education Academy and Educational Authority, making it one of our most important global priorities. It stands on the belief that together we can lead and learn and create legacies that last. And as we look to the future, we do so with the assurance that our work together will continue to break new ground, inspire change, and enrich lives. So on behalf of Carnegie's global community of improvers and educators, we offer our best wishes to the continued strength and prosperity of His Highness, and may the work of our partnership improve our world today and be an inspiration that is recognized for many generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Tim. Good morning, or good evening, I guess, or in California. How is everything in California right now?
It's 12 hours earlier than you, so you can do the math.
You can do the math. So thank you for taking the time to join us virtually, and
Not at all.
definitely we're all looking forward to seeing you in person in a few weeks. Some of us, a delegation of us, are going to California to attend the Carnegie Summit there. And so I was thinking about, thank you for your speech, and I was thinking about some of the points that you were making. And one of the things that really impressed me was the mission and how much the foundation has contributed over the years to educational transformation, especially when it comes to establishing standards and advancing methods to support school improvement. You mentioned that if improvement is to thrive long into the future, we must leverage and tackle the biggest challenges we face. And I agree with you on that. Challenges that were we to wait to find a solve in one place, we could accelerate the progress for young people in many other places. So Carnegie Foundation's been around for a very long time. And as you know, the UAE is a rather young country. It's a little over 52 years old. And this is our third summit with you. So based on what you've learned so far about us, about Sharjah Schools and Sharjah Private Education Authority and Sharjah Education Academy and the UAE in general, what are some of the challenges and opportunities you're seeing for us as we grow in our understanding and implementation of improvement science?
During my visit last year, I became entirely convinced that Sharjah has the best of both worlds. It's part of a young and modern nation, as you're suggesting, but it also has a unique, rich, and deep historical, religious, and cultural grounding. And there is extraordinary power in that combination. So what I would advise is to consider the nation's relative youth as an opportunity, a context where bold and breakthrough ideas can be carefully considered and the right ones can be vigorously pursued. My sense of the opportunity in Sharjah is to make choices that don't only lead the emirate, but also lead the nation and the region and the world. And that's really premised on the extraordinary commitment that I know is there throughout the community. I also recommend identifying trusted sources of ideas and advice, and even then, only to do what you think is right and best for Sharjah. There's no need to pursue ideas merely because others do them or experts advise it. There's no need to emulate what other nations might do just because the other nations have done it. Good ideas from elsewhere need to be evaluated and adapted so they can fit and succeed in your context.
Thank you. That's a great answer. You also mentioned that the Carnegie Foundation is convinced you're at a junction in history that demands and makes possible the transformation of secondary schools to become genuinely competency-based. We hear a lot of conversation around that competency-based. So could you elaborate a little bit more about what you mean by that?
Absolutely. So the point of building a competency-based system is not that we stop teaching the arts and sciences and humanities and mathematics. Those are foundational and essential. However, over the last 50 years, we've learned an enormous amount from neuroscientists, cognitive psychologists, learning scientists about how we learn. We know young people learn at highly variable rates, depending on the individual and the subject of study. So it's incumbent on us to develop classrooms and schools that personalize learning, and that we measure success not based on how long students are in school, but the actual knowledge and the skills and the dispositions that they possess. Only then, if we get to truly competency-based systems, will many more young people succeed. And the other thing I would say is we have to broaden the aperture of what we think about as the essential outcomes of schooling. In addition to disciplinary knowledge, schools must address other critical areas of human development and do so with intention. So there are essential skills like the development of perseverance, critical and creative thinking, the ability to communicate, to collaborate. And those essential skills are remarkable predictors of future success, not just in school, but in work and in life, and need to be made more explicit in terms of the goals of education. And the nations that develop a broader set of competencies in young people are the nations that will thrive in the century ahead.
Yes, so in other words, the point is that we're, like you said, we're not going to stop teaching the contents of traditional disciplines, but we should teach it such a way that the learner goes beyond the subjects. And you know, I'm a former math teacher, so I'm glad to hear that you're saying we shouldn't stop teaching math. But I really do want to come to the day where I stop getting asked, when am I ever going to use this, right? So I think the point you're making is, when it comes to a subject, instead of hearing them say, when am I ever going to use this, we want them to have those skills such that they can see how useful it is for them to be successful and lifelong learners. So that So we take those competencies and they find value in the traditional subjects. So one final question, and this is a big one. What do you see the Carnegie Foundation and Sharjah Education Academy can accomplish together in the future? This is our third time together. I think we're just getting started. So what would you like to see from our partnership?
Well, I'll answer it simply. I think the most important answer is that I hope that this will be a long-term partnership. It's easy to imagine that 5 years from now we will have accomplished some very good things, particularly given how much we've accomplished just this year. I'm certain that'll be the case. But good partnerships grow stronger and more productive with time, and I'm convinced that a long-term partnership between Carnegie and the Sharjah Education Academy and Educational Authority can achieve extraordinary results for young people. So that's my answer. I hope the partnership will last and we will be working together long into the future.
Me too. So I've started a new tradition here, and I hope you'll join me on this, Tim. So, Dr. Tim, so what we've started to do is every time we get together as a group, I always say to folks, you know, one of my mentors used to say, when you get together with other educators, before you get up and leave, you should say to each other, thank you for contributing to my learning. And I just want to say to you, Dr. Tim, thank you for contributing to my learning today. And this is so important to me that I asked my Arabic-speaking friends to ask me how I would say this in Arabic. And so my Arabic-speaking friends would say, Shukran ala musahamatikum fi ta'alumi. So thank you, Tim. Thank you for joining us. And I look forward to seeing you in person soon. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
شكرا لك دكتور نوز، والشكر موصول لسعادة الدكتورة رومانو. والآن يشرفني أن أدعو سعادة الدكتورة محدث الهاشمي، رئيس هيئة الشارقة للتعليم الخاص، رئيس أكاديمية الشارقة للتعليم، لإطلاق مبادرة قم للمعلم، فلتتفضل مشكورة.
نعم، مرة أخرى. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. أصحاب المعالي والسعادة، ضيوفنا الأعزاء، تشرفنا بتلقي التوجيه السامي من صاحب السمو الشيخ الدكتور سلطان بن محمد القاسمي، عضو المجلس الأعلى حاكم إمارة الشارقة حفظه الله ورعاه، بأن نطلق مبادرة قم للمعلم كواحدة من أهم الفعاليات لقمة الشارقة الدولية لتطوير التعليم. مبادرة قم للمعلم مبادرة يرعاها حاكم الشارقة حفظه الله ورعاه، وهي مبادرة مجتمعية نظهر من خلالها التقدير والشكر للمعلم، ونتشارك في جهد جماعي لدعمه وتقديره بطرق ملموسة واضحة تنعكس إيجاباً على جودة حياته ونموه وتطوره المهني، حيث تشجع وتدعو هذه المبادرة جميع أفراد المجتمع، سواء الطلاب، أولياء أمورهم، ملاك المدارس، الإدارات المدرسية، الجامعات، الهيئات، الوزارات والوزارات التعليمية المختصة، على دعم المعلم وتعزيز مكانته ورفع جودة حياته، كل حسب دوره واختصاصه. وبتوجيهات كريمة سامية من صاحب السمو حاكم الشارقة، ستشرف هيئة الشارقة للتعليم الخاص على مبادرة قم للمعلم، ونتطلع إلى مشاركة الجميع في هذه المبادرة الملهمة. هنيئاً للمعلم هذه الرعاية السامية لمبادرة تخص من كاد أن يكون رسولا. وتلبية لتوجيه سموه السامي بإطلاق مبادرة قم للمعلم، أدعو الجميع للوقوف إجلالاً للمعلم. شكراً لكم وشكراً للمعلمين والمعلمات، والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
شكرا سعادة الدكتورة محدثة الهاشمي، ونبارك للشارقة ومعلميها على هذه المبادرة الطيبة. والآن تسرني دعوة السيدة فجر أمين لإلقاء قصيدة، فلتتفضل مشكورة.
Assalamu alaikum. I would like to thank Sharjah Education Academy for the humble opportunity to compose and present this poem marking this initiative. May it be a positive effect that echoes for years to come. Rise, rise for the teacher, for them we stand, they who shape the future of the land. A gesture of respect, a gesture of honor, for those who shape minds with valor. Whom amongst us their life they did not touch? Who can say they never cared much? Their kindness, patience, and guidance abound. Wherever you look, their print is found. Let us stand together as one and all to celebrate educators who help us stand tall, to uplift us to success, buffering every fall. They know no limits, large or small. To they who expand horizons with hands bare, those who establish modes of care, they equivalent to gems so rare, achieving within us growth without compare. With Rise for Teachers, we pledge our support to lift them up and never distort. Their value and worth we must never unsee, for they are the roots of progress for years to be. So let us stand, let us rise. So let us rise and to them turn our sight. For the teachers who ignite the light, may this initiative be a beacon bright, a symbol of gratitude shining day and night. Thank you.
شكرا لك. أعزائنا الحضور، يتضمن برنامج القمة مجموعة متنوعة من الجلسات الحوارية والتدريبية والعروض التقديمية التي ستقدم على مدار القمة حضوريا وافتراضيا. يمكنكم التسجيل عبر زيارة الموقع الإلكتروني لقمة الشارقة الدولية لتطوير التعليم، كما يمكنكم مشاهدة البث المباشر للجلسات الحضورية عبر منصة يوتيوب. Dear guests, the summit program includes a wide range of panel discussions, presentations, and workshops, which will be presented on-site and virtually. The on-site sessions will be live-streamed on YouTube for those who wish to attend, while the virtual sessions will be attended through registration on the summit's website. نستكمل الآن فعاليات القمة، وأعطي الكلمة لزميلتي فاطمة الكشواني لتقديم الجلسات. I now give the mic to my colleague Fatma Al-Kashwani, who will take the lead on presenting the summit activities and sessions. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I would like to welcome you and thank you for being here. First of all, I would like to invite Dr. Paul LeMayo, Senior Advisor to the President at Carnegie Foundation for the Advancement of Teaching, to the podium.
I am certain that somewhere in the big book of public speaking it is written, never follow children. And never, I will add to that now, never ever follow a poet. It's good to be reminded occasionally that we should approach our own ideas with humility, for they're modest. I want to begin by expressing our wishes and hopes for good health and prosperity for His Highness, whose vision and boundless generosity is responsible for the successes of the partnership that I want to share with you. I also want to thank Dr. Muhadita Al-Hashimi, Dr. Janine Romano, and of course, Dr. Hunada Kanbar for their wisdom, thoughtfulness, patience, and guidance, which has given us so much and helped us achieve what I want to share with you. I was asked to think about and provide some thoughts on the partnership between the Sharjah Education Academy and the Carnegie Foundation, its history, its accomplishments, and its future. And preparing for this, I came to realize that there are 5, I would argue, essential attributes that are important to any good and powerful and effective partnership. These attributes are common goals, shared values, equally shared responsibilities, long-term commitment, and real work to do. As I thought about the Sharjah Carnegie partnership, I find all 5 of these present to a gratifying degree. And I want to talk just briefly about each of them and what they mean to us. First of all is common goals. Of course, without good goals, we cannot ensure that all partners are aware of and dedicated to common sense and seriousness of purpose in achieving what they set out together. Good goals are both aspirational in that they inspire focused effort and energize constructive engagement, but they're also practical in that they provide guidance and meaningful focus to the work, even as partners innovate and develop each in their own way their unique courses of action. The SIA Carnegie Partnership has just such a set of guiding principles, namely to advance the use of improvement sciences to effectively address long-standing and particularly difficult problems of performance in education systems, and to employ improvement methodologies to ensure that good ideas are implemented effectively, reliably, and at scale. Number 2, shared vision. If knowing what to do is important as a first step, then having agreements on how we're going to work together and how we will treat each other in doing so is equally important. The Sharjah Carnegie Partnership is built on shared values of a mutual respect for and belief in the potential and the dignity, not just of each other as partners, but of the students that this partnership seeks to serve and the educational professionals with whom we work in service to those students. Number 3, equally shared responsibilities. This one can be quite challenging, as many enter into partnerships primarily to extract from others or influence others. Instead, the SIA Carnegie Partnership is one that is built upon a faith that if we share equally in the responsibilities and are influenced by each other every bit as much as we seek to influence each other, then we will accomplish things far greater than any of us could possibly accomplish alone. Number 4, long-term commitment. Those who enter into partnerships need to be able to trust that their partners are, as we like to say in America, in it for the long haul. That they'll be able to be counted on to pursue and succeed in the pursuit of even long-term goals and plans for action. Promises to each other are a good place to start. So too are wise decisions about the people with whom we partner. But also important are long-term agreements. You heard Dr. Knowles speak of this, in fact, and the conditions we think are absolutely right, and we were excited about this prospect. And number 5, real work to do. This one may be a reflection of my own personality, to be honest with you, because I have no patience for sitting around talking about partnerships. Rather, what I would prefer to do is to make sure that the conditions are right, the 4 preceding conditions are met in our partnership, and then go to work together to get real work done, and that we have indeed already gotten a lot of real work done together. With barely a year of our formal partnership under our belts, we have already produced an Arabic language translation of that formative book, Learning to Improve, so that the ideas can be more accessible throughout Sharjah, throughout the UAE, and throughout the region. We have designed, developed, launched, and are now piloting a new course, Introduction to Improvement Science Practice. We have prototyped a potential sequence of courses that could comprise a program of study of the improvement sciences in education. We've created a vision for the purpose, character, work scope, and work portfolio of a Center for the Advancement of Educational Excellence in Sharjah. And we've worked together to contribute to the design and execution of what is now 3 consecutive Sharjah International Summit on Improvement in Education. All in all, we've had a pretty good year, and we've gotten a lot of real work done. I think we have much more that we can do together. Carnegie believes that there's every reason to be optimistic about our work together. It is founded on these key attributes that we know make for strong and successful partnerships. Even though relatively young, it has already accomplished a great deal, and we have plans to do a great deal more. With the continued guidance and support of His Highness, Dr. Muhaditha, Dr. Janine, and Dr. Hunada, we at Carnegie are confident that this partnership will lead, it will learn, and it will last. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. LeMayo. Our next session sheds light on navigating generative AI in shaping school practice. Please welcome to the podium Professor Dragan Gazovic, Director of the Center for Learning Analytics at Monash University.
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, colleagues, friends, I'm really honored to be today, and I'm going to also express my gratitude to the Sharjah Education Academy. As a proud board member of the Academy as well, I want to really highlight the importance of the impressive vision that His Highness had to establish the Academy, the impressive leadership that Dr. Muhaditha Al-Hashimi has and her leadership team, and also incredible amount of work, time, and effort that the members of the Academy are putting to organize impressive events like the one today. Today I'm going to talk about artificial intelligence, something that many people started being much more aware about 13 or 14 months ago. The emergence of ChatGPT finally surfaced the things that I've been thinking for more than 25 years. And many people were working on that for more than 50 or 60 years. But something that became a reality that we also need to grapple with as we are going through the schools. So one simple thing about generative artificial intelligence is that it's aiming to generate data in response to particular prompts. So the idea is that we ask certain questions, and then based on that we can generate images, we can generate different types of videos or textual products. And it all really is producing some quite remarkable results. But today, I want to talk about some of the promises that we'll learn by this very simple idea in technology, and at the same time, discuss some potential open issues that we need to be spending time to wonder about. So I'm going to highlight 3 general promises that generative artificial intelligence brings. Number 1 is that generative artificial intelligence, through the best form is called large language models, is allowing us to support learners and educators in many different situations. Chatbots are the best example of this type of technology. Something that we had to invest years and years in the past, we can now develop at much faster speed at scale. This is an example that I'm showing here that comes from Khan Academy, who developed the chatbot, which is called Camigo. Number 2 is that large language models are enabling us to have lots of support for teachers in their many different busy lives as educators. I want to highlight one example of that. And that's basically creation of the content that teachers can use with the help of generative AI. A colleague in Australia, Anisha Bakaria, at the University of Queensland, is a very leading practitioner in this space, and she's established a whole collection of the things that teachers can do to help them to generate different types of content, help them with their educational design, and help them with different administrative types of activities. This is a simple prompt that can be used to generate crossword puzzles that eventually can be shown to the students. Takes few minutes instead of few hours, or to find something that is out there that is quite busy time. The number 3, the area that I'm personally the most excited about. That's the area where we at Monash University spend the most amount of our time. Something that every teacher understands, that our learners need lots of feedback, because learners need individual attention, as previously also mentioned, that learners are learning at different rate. So to do something like that, we've been spending a lot of time to understand how we can provide learners with a feedback, for example, on written products, essays, different types of documents that they are potentially working on. To do that, at Monash, we've been developing a platform which is called Flora, that supports development of skills for self-regulated learning. And as part of the development of these skills of self-regulated learning, we are primarily focusing on 2 things, reading and writing. This is one example of the tool that can provide the students with a particular feedback on their written products. The tool enables them to highlight the extent to which learners are integrating different ideas from various sources of information that we provided them with. The other thing that we are working on, and something that really gives us to the next level. In the last several years at this summit, I spoke about learning analytics and the importance of the use of data. And my colleague, Dr. Behruz, will also be talking about that, what we are doing at Monash University. But we often end up with lots of charts. And many of these charts people do not understand. What we are working on is a concept we call data comics, where with the use of generative AI, we can generate the comics that are founded and transforming very complex data about students' learning processes. And the purpose of these data comics is to help the learners to reflect on their learning process and engage them into the serious discussions about what they are doing. I'm going to skip this other part and focus also the importance of the assessment in the age of AI. And the assessment is disrupting many things that we have in the process. One key thing that we have as part of the assessment is that now machines can generate written products that humans can do, and maybe in sometimes even better quality. So what we don't do so much in education is measurement of the processes that learners are engaging. And in the same way as we have the dark side of the moon, that process measurement is also our dark side of assessment. So this is all good and very promising in education, but there are a few open issues I want to highlight. Some of you heard of this lawyer in the US who used ChatGPT to compile court filings and got in trouble and even found in contempt of court because ChatGPT, as most of generative AI, is prone to hallucinations, prone to lie, prone to generate things that are not factual. So the question for us is, do we want our students and teachers to be like this lawyer? The answer is that we need to work on something which is called AI literacy, something that will help learners and educators to understand the limits of these technologies and at the same time understand how to most effectively use them. The other important thing is that these technologies inherently have lots of bias. On a simple prompt, patriotic dog superhero, Midjourney, one of these well-known technologies, is generating very Americanized version of a superhero. But that's not the version of a superhero for the entire world. So in a way, reflects what the data these technologies are trained on. The other important thing we need to grapple with, if these type of technologies are able to completely eliminate the need to write, and we know that writing is a very, very important learning tool, then what is the implication of the learners if they are deprived of such an important learning tool? And the final thing I want to discuss about is and highlight is that we really need to broaden our understanding of learning with, about, and despite generative AI. And another important thing is AI is not going to go away. It'll become even more prominent. So we need to lead the way in the schools and education systems. So thanks so much for your attention, and look forward to the conversations during the summit.
Thank you, Professor Gazavich. Our next talk discusses navigating generative AI in higher education, an example and a framework. I would like to welcome Dr. Behrouz Mahmoui, Chief Analytics Officer at Monash University, to the podium.
Two people from Monash both AI. We do a lot of other things, but I would tell more about it. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, and Monash and Sharjah Education Academy, thank you very much for the invitation and the opportunity, and my colleagues from across the education sector in United Arab Emirates and all around the world. It's a great privilege to be here. I am Behrouz Hassani, Chief Analytics Officer at Monash University. For some of you who may not know about Monash, because I want to talk about the context of the university, we are actually the largest university in Australia in terms of the number of students. And for some of you who want to know what a Chief Analytics Officer does, you can find me during the break and I will show you my calendar and all the meetings that I have to go to, and that's basically the job of the Chief Analytics Officer. So, but bringing it to the context of what Professor Gazavich just presented, what Dragan presented was more about what we are doing as a research institute, trying to help education all around the world through the research that we are doing. But as an institution, we also want to use AI, and we want to be a leading institution in AI. So what I'm going to present today is the work that we've been doing over the last 6 months, thinking about how we can introduce AI in a large university. And I'm hoping that this would give you ideas about whether you're from a Department of Education, from a school system, think about some of the challenges when you try to bring that research and really practically introduce it in a university or an educational institution, what you may face. So this is a framework by committee, so it's very complicated, but I want to highlight a few key areas on this. So we reviewed more than 50 different AI readiness frameworks from all around the world, from McKinsey to Microsoft to Intel to educational institutions, to think about what should be our thinking to be prepared for AI and how to introduce AI to our institution. At the top, as you can see, it is all about the strategy and alignment. So the key idea there to highlight is that we shouldn't let AI set the strategy. We should stick to the strategy that we have as an educational institution or university, and then think about how we can align AI with our key strategic objectives. So for example, at Monash, student experience has been a key priority for us. And now what we are working on is how AI can be used to achieve that priority and objective. We are all educational institutions. We have to follow strict regulatory compliance models. We have strictest internal policies, risk management models. So the 4 pillars that we have designed is, the first one is all about governance, how we introduce AI into our governance, because a lot of these products that we talk about today need to be embedded in how we run our institutions from a governance perspective. The second pillar is all about operational model, how we prioritize, how we invest, how we decide on what projects to run, what projects are going to be more impactful. The third one is all going to be about technology. And because, as you know, AI is not something that we just switch on and it starts working in our institutions. We need to have the right framework, right infrastructure, the rich and high quality data. We need to think about the platforms that we get involved in and the privacy and security. And at the end, and the most important thing where we are spending a lot of time is about people. As Professor Gasevich has talked about, especially AI literacy. And what is interesting is that we have noticed that this starts all the way at the top level with our council, executive layer, and goes to the youngest student that we bring to Monash. We want to we need to make sure that level of AI literacy exists across the institution. And the other thing that I want to talk about is that innovative capacity or innovation capacity. One of the challenges that we have right now is how to bring AI into the institution that it doesn't create significant risk for us. And we are creating these sandpits, these safe environments where our students, our educators can go and practice, try without really creating a significant governance risk. And I think that's where we are hoping that anyone who has a good idea about using AI can join to those corners and test their idea. When we establish those 4 pillars, then it's all about how we make sure that AI doesn't become this separate thing, but becomes part of who we are, what we do, and how we run the university. So adoption and upscaling is all about that layer. We are hoping that by having a clear utilization plan, change management kind of systems, and the right communication with our staff and the students, make sure that AI gets embedded in the institution on a regular basis. One thing that I want to mention is that already there is evidence that access to AI products is becoming a matter of equity, because a lot of these products now there is a charge and not everyone can pay for it. So we have put access and equity as part of that framework as well. So let me now give you an example of something that we are practically thinking about, of using AI and Gen AI in a university with 80,000 students. I used to teach at Monash. I was a researcher, lecturer, and then I moved to the other side of the moon, to the professional setting. And like many of you, at the end of the term, I would receive feedback from my students, multiple choice questions about what do you think about Behrouz's teaching, Behrouz's feedback, but also text, lots of text. I used to have classes of 30, 40 students. So when I have just, a feedback of 20 students, I would go read that, reflect on that to think about what it means. And then later on, when you think about it as a university, that's not possible for us to manage that at that scale. At Monash, we receive something around 250,000 items of that feedback every year from our students. Some of our lecturers get up to 300 responses for a single unit, and we have now something around 2 million records of text. Now, what we can do is, as Professor Gasevich was talking about, is just to feed that into ChatGPT and hope that it works. But with all the challenges that we are facing, the quality, reliability is not there. And even the privacy and security matters are not there. And it's significantly risky for us to set our learning and teaching direction based on that. So what we are working on is this in-house infrastructure, which is also informed by all the work that's happening around the world and those products that we are hoping can read this information, bring it in, and provide a summary action plan and quantified information for our lecturers, and especially enable our educational kind of leadership layer. So if you're a head of a department and you have 5 different kind of groups, and you may have like 300 units that your lecturers are teaching, you can sit in front of that system and access all that information in a single place. So before I finish, I want to share a figure with you coming from a university, and especially in the context of all the younger generation having here. This is the figure that I've prepared for a presentation I'm doing later this week at QS Middle East Conference about the state of research in Middle East. But I thought it would be interesting for you here. Every dot on this figure is a university around the world. This is based on the Leiden ranking, which ranks 3 universities from UAE in its most recent data set. The red universities are the 3 universities from UAE, University of Sharjah, UAEU, and Khalifa. The yellow dots are the rest of Middle East. The gray dots are the rest of the world. On the x-axis, what you have here is what percentage of the research publications from that university are coming from long-distance collaboration. On the y-axis, you can see the quality of research from each university. And when you look at what we have in UAE, the 3 universities ranked there are sitting at the top right corner. Very high level of long-distance collaboration, very high level of research quality. And in the context of the conversation that Drag and I just had, I think there is a significant opportunity for universities in UAE to be involved in this conversation about AI and how not just AI, but the quality of education can be increased. So I thought I would share that with you because it clearly shows how this correlation between quality and long distance and quality has worked out. So thank you very much, and I look forward to talking to you during this summit.
Thank you, Dr. Mamoy. Our next speaker will be Professor Mustafa Iriaman, the President of the World Education Research Association, who will present on Towards Evidence-Informed School Excellence.
Dear Excellency, dear President, dear colleagues and distinguished guests, Assalamu alaikum. On behalf of the World Education Research Association, I would like to thank Sharjah Educational Academy for their kind invitation. Today, I am going to talk about a very big project focusing on big data and artificial intelligence. And we are using these sources to develop a school evaluation model and 3 important concepts that I'm going to talk about today. Unfortunately, we have limited time, therefore I would like to recommend you to look at the resources that I published. The first book that I would like to mention is Evidence and Public Good in Educational Policy Research and Practice. I published this book with Barbara Schneider from Michigan State University. The second book is a book series published by my organization. The third one is about the book that I'm going to talk about, the project that I'm going to talk about later. The first book, Evidence and Public Good in Educational Policy Research and Practice. What we did in this project is we invited 24 contributors from OECD, US, Denmark, Belgium, Sweden, Finland, Singapore, Australia, Spain, Turkey, and the Netherlands to provide us the best examples of use of scientific evidence in order to demonstrate how scientific evidence in educational research contributes to public good. And in this book project, we asked each chapter contributor to answer to the following questions. What constitutes evidence and public good? How are evidence and public good defined in different international contexts? How does evidence serve the public good in educational policy, research, and practice? What kind of role should the discourses on evidence and public good play in professional practice? How are the discourses on evidence informing and transforming the relationship between educational research, policy, and practice for the public good? And the book series, our association decided to create a book series about the best use of evidence in education in all around the world. We invite 3 countries to collaborate together to analyze their data, to demonstrate the ways in which the scientific evidence produced in educational research can contribute to the public good in different parts of the world. If you have data from 3 different countries, you are welcome to submit your proposals to our book series. Now let's talk about the project I am leading. It's about using big data and artificial intelligence in evidence-informed school evaluation. It's a multinational research project. In this project, we developed a transactional ecosystem model of school evaluation in which we use both big data and artificial intelligence. And we expect each school to develop their own excellence based on the data they derive from our research. And what are the aims of this project? We want to provide best empirical examples of use of evidence to support school development at longitudinal level. We also want to identify the structural inequalities and point to their significance in educational outcomes by using big data and artificial intelligence. We also critique the ways in which educational efficiency is seen in educational circles. This is the project team. 4 countries participating in this project, 20 professors participating. We interviewed around 200 academicians in order to develop the criteria for a school evaluation. I will show it to you later. The project consists of 3 phases. Phase 1, the implementation phase, in which we train school administrators and school teachers to use our software developed by our company in the innovation centers. And each school enters their evidence to the system. Then our experts are checking the quality, validity, and reliability of this evidence, whether it's appropriate or not, and then we are giving feedback to the schools. The second stage, second phase, the year 2, what we are doing is we provide schools with evidence generated from big data research. And we also ask schools to reflect on what they learned from the internal school evaluation and the feedback that we provided them. This is what we call self-evaluation. We have internal evaluation, external evaluation, and the self-evaluation. Then we expect, in the third phase, third year, we expect each school to develop their own excellence models based on the feedback they got from our big data database. Then, in the third year, we expect them to implement a school excellence model. This is a circle model. Every 3 years, we expect schools to implement this model, and then we are measuring their success. Here are the criteria. This is for the pilot study. As you can see, we have 7 dimensions: leadership and administration, accountability and transparency, educational excellence, school culture and values education, counseling and guidance, 21st century skills, research development and innovation, community empowerment and public service, safe and accessible schools. As you can see, the impact of each dimension is different. And 200 schools participated in the pilot study in Turkey to test the software, online platform, and internet school evaluation model. We are currently in the process of signing a contract with the Turkish Ministry of Education to implement the project in 4 cities. Data collection for external evaluation will start in May 2024. We are planning to integrate artificial intelligence to the system in 2025, and we are expecting to publish the results in 2027. Okay, what's our ambition? Our ambition is to create the biggest educational data sets in the world by using longitudinal data sets. But this is not the end. What we are planning to do is we are planning to collect data from 1 million teachers, 50 million students and their parents in 55,000 public schools at the end of 2028. We are going to sign contracts to implement the project in other partner countries. And the first book will be published in 2025. What's next? Next is collaborating with OECD and IEA. We are in collaboration with them, and we are having conversations. The reason is that we want to merge the longitudinal data sets with the data sets coming from OECD and IEA's student evaluation tests. And we want to show whether there is a significant relationship between school success and school excellence. Therefore, we can create a new model of school evaluation, both empowers the schools, but at the same time provides international communication and exchange among the quality of the school education. World Education Research Association is going to organize the next focal meeting in Manchester University in September. I will share some of the findings of this study in UK, and we are looking forward to seeing you in the activities and events of the World Education Research Association. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Iriman. Dear guests, we'll be taking a short break and we'll resume our sessions in Innovation Hall in 20 minutes. Thank you. Dear guests, please have a seat. We'll start soon. يرجى التوجه إلى مقاعدكم. سنبدأ بعد قليل. The panel discussion. With a wire. Okay, can't be leave more than Rob. بس قبل ما نطلع كان موجود. No. No. Okay, okay. It's working? Okay, do I start? ولا بعد؟ Okay. Hello, everyone. Give us a few seconds.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. It's wonderful to see you again. Thank you for coming back. It's a great achievement to have you here today, and thank you for all our stakeholders. In this summit, we promised ourselves to have all stakeholders, and all our students, starting from pre-KG or nurseries until grade 12. So we have all our stakeholders, including parents, principals, teachers, our students, our children. So this is one of the main, let's say, aspect of the summit. I mean, we're trying to learn more in every summit, but this summit specifically, we wanted to have our students engaged, and we want to hear from them. And now, our wonderful MC, and by the way, do you know that our wonderful MC, she is a student?
Thank you.
So this summit has been organized, of course, with the academy, but with a great emphasis from our students to hear their voice. So thank you.
Thank you so much.
And now we can start the panel.
Okay. Welcome back to Innovation Hall. Our upcoming panel discussion will explore the impact of research on the education system from the perspectives of stakeholders. I would like to invite our panel moderator, Dr. Hunada Qambar, Chief Learning Officer at SIA, Professor Jeff Masters, CEO of the Australian Council for Educational Research, Professor Mustafa Iriman, President of the World Education Research Association, Dr. Matthew Rabi, Director of Research and Statistics Office at SPIA, Maysa Allami, Sharjah School teacher and parent, Rahma Taysir, Sharjah School student. Please welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Matthew. Please have a seat. And we have our wonderful students and our wonderful parent. You know, this is really a dream came true, that all the stakeholders, starting from the government and the top of the research world and the top of the education system, with the students and parents. Don't you think this is amazing? Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for being here. I would like to start on the topic of the panel. The topic of the panel is the impact of research on education system. Can I tell you something, what I've done? I was thinking about my questions, and then I asked the ChatGPT, Dr. Draken, I asked the ChatGPT, tell me how many research in education has been published in the last decade. And the ChatGPT became very philosophical, saying, it's so complicated, it's many, and like half a page that I didn't understand. So I told him, there is a way to find approximate number. And actually, it gave me like an algorithm how to calculate it based on each year, but it said it's approximate. So we kept going back and forth to have approximate number of the research published in education in the last 100 years. Can you guess? Anyone can give a guess about the number? 100? 150? Last 100 years? That would be an issue. That would be a big problem. Thousands? 500? Any other suggestion? Million? Who said millions? Thank you, Fajr. It's actually approximately, according to the ChatGPT, 20 million. 20 million research paper in education has been published. Now, my question, do you see the impact of those 20 million in the last 100 years? Like 100 years ago, the education system, let's say, established in a way, and after 100 years, there is 20 million research papers published. Tell me a little bit about what the impact, and if we don't see much of the impact, so why? I will start with the government. Dr. Matthew.
It works? Okay. I think there's a lot of good research that's published and a lot of fields of knowledge that have been established and built up, with a good construct validity in many different subjects, to say for what students under what circumstances like an intervention would be effective, or what are the key factors that improve quality of education, or that drive effectiveness. I think a lot of the educational research is very weak because it doesn't have good research designs. It has validity issues, reliability issues. Conclusions are drawn that are not supported by evidence. But there is a lot of good research that's built up in these different silos, looking at a lot of different relevant subjects that you can have confidence in. And there's more a movement towards more evidence-based decision-making and more use of quasi-experimental designs and stronger evidence and research.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Matthew. And this is very valid and great point about the quality of research which contributes to success of the education system. I'm going to take it to Dr. Mustafa, who is in the top of the research, saying, what would be the attributes of a good research to impact the education system?
That's a very good question, and it's controversial, especially in the field of education and social sciences. In 2001, the American government published a report, the law, it's the No Child Left Behind. And they decided golden standards for deciding the quality of educational and social science research. And it was a big conversation and controversy in the United States. Because what they did is they equalized medical science to education sciences. Then they said that there is a degree of significance of the certain educational methodologies. For instance, as he mentioned, the experimental and quasi-experimental studies and meta-analysis were at the top of the ranking, and qualitative research at the bottom. Even some institutions indicated that if researchers in certain social science departments, if they don't use experimental and quasi-experimental studies, the government will not fund them. It created a big drama in the United States because the liberal left-wing professor said that, what about qualitative research? What about how do you define what works in educational settings? You cannot equalize medicine to education because it's not like giving a medicine and then measuring whether it's working or not, because classroom is different, children are different. And we can learn from the qualitative studies that can improve the practical concerns of the people in the micro level. Therefore, there's a big discussion in current literature about the evidence-based and evidence-informed policy making. Now, it depends on which political side you are in. You are in evidence-based approach, which focuses on education science like medicine, or evidence-informed research, means that we need to find a balance between qualitative and quantitative research paradigms. And we have to work on it. We need to bring different supporters of both sides, and we need to come to a common understanding of
what constitutes good research in education.
Thank you, Dr. Mustafa. I'm going to take it to Professor Jeff. And for the education system, how would you decide which research you want to have to improve the education system with, there is a gap and there is some research, they do not fit in the high quality. So how would you decide which one?
Well, I think there is, as we've been saying, a lot of good research, but there's also a lot of very variable research in terms of its quality. I think one of the biggest challenges we face is that there's a big gap between the research evidence and its implementation in practice, its dissemination and implementation. And so much of our practice in education is not even consistent with what we do know from research. So let me give you a couple of examples. We know from many studies now that a very effective form of assessment is assessment that helps teachers understand where students are in their learning and provides them with starting points for teaching. But so much, and as I say, that's well established. People often refer to that as formative assessment. But so much of our practice in assessment is not of that kind. It's not undertaken to establish where students are and to decide what to do next to support them. It's undertaken to evaluate how well they've learnt some body of content that we've just taught them. So I think there's a big challenge from the point of view of education systems to think about what we already know. I mean, another thing we know very clearly from research is that if you want to maximise a person's probability of learning successfully, what you do is you provide them with learning challenges that are at an appropriate level. You don't teach them what they already know, and you don't give them challenges that are way beyond what they're ready for. And yet in our schools, that's not the way we organise learning, usually. We teach everybody in the same grade, the same content at the same time for the same amount of time, and we ignore what the research has so clearly told us. So as a researcher and somebody who's interested in system level thinking, I'm really interested in the mismatch between what we know from research and the way that we organise schooling, the way we organise how learning occurs in schools.
Excellent. So now we tackled one of the most important point, the gap between research and implementation, which is our wonderful students. If we want to close the gap between research and the implementation where you are students and there is assessments, you're learning, and there are many research outside, and there is also an opportunity for you to have a research. From your perspective, what do you want to see in your school to know more about research or to apply more research in your school?
Thank you. So first off, I would just like to thank and appreciate all of these powerful individuals that I'm sitting next to today. And on closing the gap between implementation and research, first off, I believe that there has to be a lot of awareness into teaching, telling and informing and spreading awareness to teachers, policymakers, and everyone who is in charge in the education ecosystem about the importance of implementing these research findings into real-life schools. And so, for example, for me, I am a big advocate for tailored learning, tailoring education to every individual, so that it's not a one-size-fits-all for education. Every person has different needs, different aspects of learning, different weak points, different strong points. So tailoring education to every specific individual is very important. And in that example, having a lot of research, first off, going through a lot of research and implementing this is very important and is mainly by awareing everyone of the importance of this, and also mainly because one of the main issues in implementing is resistance to change. So a lot of schools wouldn't want to change how they've been doing things because they've been doing it for many years. And again, that would be fixed with awareness programs and just teaching the public about the effects and the positive, fruitful outcomes of this.
So integrating more understanding of the research within the school's operation or learning or the system in general in the school itself. Thank you very much. Exactly. So in a way, you're taking us back to the government. I'll be back to the government once we talk to the primarily stakeholder, our parent. So a parent, which is our primarily stakeholder. If I want to ask you, you have everyone here and you have all the researchers here. You have a wish. Give them a wish.
A wish as a parent. Well, I'm also an educator as well, so I understand a lot what happens in the classroom, and I'm a parent to 3 children in 3 different stages of schooling. So my wish is to, as Professor Mustafa was saying, that there is a lot of research, but there is kind of like a disconnect between the research and the implementation in the classroom. While we do, as educators, try to aim to make education not a one-size-fits-all scenario where it's tailored to the individual needs, in the reality, it's a very big challenge to face. So my wish is that as an educator, is that the parents are more open and welcome to the new ideas that come about in the research and implementation. And my wish as a parent, I guess this is tricky to wish from both sides of parent and educator, is that I see more of this tailoring in the classrooms.
Thank you. So what's your like, let's say, I wouldn't say implying, but what you are talking about is the change. Yes. So to have the courage to change, yes. And especially back to the differentiation that each student has different needs. So I'm going to go back to the government. So what would stop the governments to change the education system based on research? Although we know there is a gap between different research, which is some of them less quality than others, and also the assessment. We have an issue where we don't assess what we should assess. But back to my question, why the government why the government will take that courage and to change the education system?
And we're sort of talking in generalities. You can't like apply something everywhere because things are context dependent. Every school is different, every population. We have to have appreciation for all of the stakeholders that are involved. We all come with a set of biases and, experiences. And, I was a formative evaluator, so we're always looking at the effectiveness of interventions and supplemental supports. We don't want to leave any child left behind. I agree there was a debate on the No Child Left Behind when they wanted randomized controlled trials, but we moved that away and they accepted more quasi-experimental type of things, but they are still pretty strict on the funding aspect. But I want to make sure that whatever interventions and practices and strategies that are implemented, they actually work, and they're based upon research-based best practices. We don't want a situation where, we're trying to meet the needs of students with some type of model or some type of strategy, and it really does not work. We have to put the well-being of the students as number one, and the ethical aspect of it. That's why we're so strict on making sure our data are valid and reliable. We don't want to provide any kind of results that you can make a mistake to say something is working when it's not, right? Or the opposite, because it has implications for the lives of children. We cannot allow children or subgroups to fall behind, right? And do all this social promotion. And, if they're not meeting grade level standards or if they have suffer from literacy skills or some type of skill deficit, we need to have some type of intervention that's going to meet their needs and try to bring them up.
Absolutely, absolutely. Thank you, Dr. Matthew. This is very great answers that when the government wants to change a system, they need to ensure it's going to work, because we cannot take risks with our students. So any change has to be studied well, and we saw an impact of it, a positive impact to start the change. Now back to our top research institution. How can we provide the governments what they need, specifically from research, that they will help them to say, okay, I'm going to make this change, I'll do it, I'm sure, inshallah, it's going to work?
Well, it's a tricky process. What politicians request from educational research is cumulative knowledge. But educational research in nature, by its own nature, non-cumulative. And how are we going to solve this problem? Let's assume that a politician asks us about the teachers' perception of their profession. And then we wrote 650 pages doctoral thesis by using phenomenological research. And are we expecting politicians or policymakers to read 650 pages in order to change the directions of their policies? I think this is a very controversial issue. What we can do is, we did it in European Educational Research Association. I was a council member at European Educational Research Association for 8 years. And there was a trend in European Commission indicating that they will not support education and social science research if they don't comply with the requirements of if you don't relate your findings, research findings, to economical indicators, they will not support. Then the education research associations in Europe formed a coalition, social science and humanities coalition. Then we start inviting the members of the European Commission to come to our conferences, and we demonstrated that education research matters and it improves the quality of education. We need to show case by case how educational research contributes to education research to the politicians and policymakers. One example, Japanese government in 2016 sent a letter to all Japanese universities indicating that they should either close or scale down social sciences and humanities faculties, because they think that educational research and social science research doesn't provide appropriate putting it what works, frameworks for education. Therefore, as educational and social science researchers, we shouldn't only be in the academic circles, but at the same time we should be in the political circles and research circles to demonstrate the value and importance of education research.
So the suggestion is more collaboration between the policymakers and the researcher as well, and to ensure
more than collaboration, and creating initiatives, creating networks
together. Absolutely,
and
absolutely
reaching out to politicians, reaching out to policymakers, to invite them to the conferences, congresses, demonstrate that what we do matters in terms of
absolutely.
Education.
So we have more collaboration with different stakeholders. So I would like to go again to the system. From system perspective, how can we, you mentioned, Professor Jeff, before that there is a gap. And to be honest, the gap between the research and implementation, it might be bigger after ChatGPT and AI. Because the production could be not doubled, tripled, could be millions times more than last year, but the implementation has no ChatGPT. I wish I have ChatGPT to make my implementation better, but there will be, the gap is becoming bigger. So how can we close it?
That's a very good question. I think there's another gap, though, and that's the gap between science and politics. Would be one way of describing it. In my experience, we can conduct very good research, we can be clear about findings, we can disseminate the findings, but at the end of the day, politicians make decisions on the basis of political judgment. and they decide what's likely to win votes or lose votes. And so they don't necessarily make their decisions, their political decisions, on the basis of scientific evidence. They have a different basis for making decisions. I just wanted to mention that because I think that's another important gap that we have to be aware of. But to come to your question, I really think that we're at something of a tipping point right now in school education. Across the world, most of our schools are structured in very traditional ways. We're still, classrooms and the way that curricula are organised, yes, they're being modified, but they're still very often similar to what we had decades ago. And I think that there's a recognition internationally that there's a need to radically transform what we're doing. And AI, generative AI, digital technologies and so on are part of this. They have a big role to play, I think, in changing the way that learning occurs. We can break out of all students moving in lockstep, you know, on a timeline, on the same timeline. Technology allows us to, in a more intelligent way, establish where individuals are in their learning, understand what their needs are, misunderstandings that they've developed, for example, and to try to target individual needs. Technology makes it more possible for students to progress at different rates, to be at different points in their learning, to enter at different... And it really breaks down the whole idea that learning occurs in particular places, in particular time periods. Historically, students learnt in classrooms, in class time, but what many school systems are now recognising is that, particularly supported by technology, that's breaking down. Students can learn, well, the pandemic showed us this, students can learn anywhere, anytime. And so that's, when I say we're at a tipping point, I really think we need to transform the way we think about learning. Even learning within institutions needs to be rethought. And technology has an important role to play in all of that, I think.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Professor. Before I go to our wonderful students, I want to share actually with you, based on what you mentioned, that we need to use an AI to differentiate the learning for students. In Sharjah, we did a few months back an initiative to improve students' math and science skills for grade 8 and grade 4. And we give them the opportunity to learn anytime. So they don't have set time to have some questions to answer. And it was adaptive, powered by AI. It's only 3 months. 3 months, the students, they achieve 4.5 million questions. 4.5 million questions. So, and there is a risk where we use AI as an educators without our students actually using it in the right way. So thank you very much. This is really important point, and I would like to go to our wonderful students. Now, if you, we've said that still our classroom has a percentage, maybe high percentage, to be traditional. If you want to describe to us, how do you want the classroom to be after all the technologies that have been invented, and you want to describe the classroom to us, describe it for us, the one you want it.
The classroom that I would want is, again, including everyone, every student, in the way that they can be included, in the way that they do feel included. For example, like special needs students, students with different challenges, all of them should be included in the classroom, and even outside the classroom with extracurriculars and that kind of stuff. So the need for inclusion and tailoring, again, tailoring education to all of these individuals is very important, and I would love to see that in
future classrooms. And again, adding to what the professor said about including artificial intelligence in an effective way, and in a environment that it's controlled, that students don't use it in malicious ways, don't overuse it. And as a student, I do use artificial intelligence, but in a way that I still learn. I do still do background research and all of those. So the need for inclusion of artificial intelligence, even with the disadvantages that it might have, it's still very important. And that also could be by researching ways of including artificial intelligence and different kinds of technologies in an effective and in a controlled manner. So that again goes back to the point for the need of research and the need of implementation of such research.
Thank you, Rahma. Thank you very much. It's really amazing what you said about using the AI inside the classroom to learn, not to submit assignments and take the marks. So, and I know it's happening. I know, and I mean, I'm not going to say the number, but I know it's happening now that the students, they're using ChatGPT to submit assignments and get marks. But what you're saying that we need to use the AI to ensure we keep learning faster and with differentiation. Thank you very much. I'm going to go now to our wonderful parent. And I know you have two hats. Let's have the parent hat. Now, these days, when you have your children coming back to you, what do you like to hear from them talking about the learning?
I'd like to see that they had more real-life applications in the classroom, because we all grew up with more of a traditional style of learning where we studied from the book and we knew how to solve all these fancy, long math equations, but then we never used them in real life, right? And so my kids always come home and say, you know, what's the point of learning about this? And I say this goes back to the schools, and they need to find more ways to implement real-life scenarios in the classroom, and where my children can kind of relate more to the reason behind why they are obtaining such education. So that's from my parental point of view, that I would like to see them being able to have a more tangible relationship with their education in the classroom.
Thank you very much. This is really important, because after all, I mean, we have a real life. Even the virtual reality is becoming bigger and bigger, but we have a real life. Yes. So absolutely something very important to think of it and to focus on it. Back to the government. The government. From your perspective, how can we have the more real life education system?
Oh, that's a very good question. That's a hard question. Well, we need feedback from our stakeholders. If it's standards-based curriculum, it needs to be practical and culturally responsive. You know, we all, like I said, we all come from different biases. I want to see schools and leaders at schools try new things, promote new things, promote the use of technology, promote different curriculum instruction models. If all of your students are not learning, you've got to sort of promote, you know, innovation, creative thinking, risk-taking, action research, and just try different new things, and set a culture that promotes that, and but take in consideration for sure how to learn by doing, learn by more practical type of activities, something that's going to motivate students more, motivate the individual student, allow them to connect in with the lesson and to enhance their higher level thinking. But there needs to be, I think, more effective leadership to make the school improvement plans more effective, and to promote an atmosphere where you're going to try new things. and conduct the research to see for what students under what circumstances it seems to be working.
Thank you very much, Dr. Matt. I can see it's 0, so my time is up. And thank you to our wonderful panelists and all the stakeholders. And inshallah, we will have a better future, inshallah. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you to our panelists for engaging and insightful discussion. Our next Ignite talk will shed light on why talent is important in the era of AI. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Patrick Walsh, International Advisory Board Member at Burr School of Communication. Please welcome.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests and colleagues, I'm so grateful to be here, and I'm so grateful that His Highness has actually seen his dream of education come to fruition in such a grand way. I do have a passion for talent, and when I look at what has been created here today, I have to have so much gratitude for people like Dr. Hanada, the great Sunnah, and all the people here behind the scenes that are doing so much to make this come to fruition. So myself, I am Patrick Hamilton Walsh. I'm the CEO and founder of Glotal. I wrote the book Talent Cities, and I have been working with governments and leading corporations around the world to make the Nordics the global center of talent mobility. I bring together government, academia, and business in a way that we can sort of help create future-proof solutions for talent. I'm very fortunate in that this is just a small percentage of the organizations that I get to work with. I also get to work with some of the world's most forward-leading governments and cities, and obviously corporations as well. The reason is because I publish these books, Talent Cities, and I've done various white papers and reports for cities and governments around the world. And this is where I do it from. I currently live in Stockholm, Sweden. I have been there for 9 years. And as you know, Stockholm is known as the unicorn factory, based on the number of highly talented people that reside there, and for all the companies that are coming out of there, from Spotify and Klarna to a wide range of small upcoming companies. Sweden has a long history of doing very good work, from the invention of the zipper to leading the startup scene in AI in various ways. But as an outsider in that society, whenever I look at it, I think that Sweden's all-time success comes down to one thing, and that's its people. And it's both the people who were brought up in their society and the people who were brought into their society. And one thing that the Nordics is very good at is that they realize quite early that it is talent and not capital that is the defining factor for linking innovation, competitiveness, and growth as we move forward. There's so much money in the world, but yet we have seen time and time again that whenever you bring together a small batch of highly talented individuals, they can outcompete any organization. Over 90% of the original Fortune 500 companies are now extinct because they were outworked, and they were the ones that had all the money. So what is top talent? Let's ask that question to start this off. Well, for sure, they are the new currency of economic development. Copenhagen was the city that did the deepest research into this back in 2017, and they found that for every 25 international students that they can keep for just 1 year after graduation, that they would benefit by nearly 2.6 million euros. Now, the good thing about this is that Copenhagen doesn't have 25 international students. It's probably got closer to 25,000. Which means that just by keeping talents in their city for the first year after graduation, they can get close to 2.6 billion euros. And don't forget, this is when talent are at their least valuable. Because your first year after graduation, you should actually get exponentially more and more valuable as you go through your career. For every new high-tech job that a city creates, there's 5 additional jobs that are created in both the skilled and unskilled occupations. So how do the experts value talent? Well, McKinsey did the most in-depth research on this. They looked at over 600,000 high performers, and they found that when it comes to highly complex tasks, that talent were 800% more productive. So effectively what that means is that talented people are doing the job of 9 people when it comes to productivity. And this is why everyone wants to get their hands on talent. This is why they're so vital to our universities, to our cities, our societies. So what does it mean to be 800% more productive and do the work of 9 people? Well, let's say there's a team in Stockholm that has a mission-critical task, a mission-critical project that's going to take them 30 months to complete. They have allocated a budget for 10 people to do that task. And let's say they get lucky and they're able to attract a guy from Sri Lanka and a girl from India to come into this team. And these are these 800% more productive people. The impact that that has on the output of that product is that instead of doing it in 30 months, they can be complete in under 6 months. Now, let's say, for example, that Saudi Arabia offers a better talent value proposition for these 2 people, and instead of going to Sweden, they join a competing team in Saudi Arabia. The impact that that has is that no longer now can the Swedes get it done in just 6 months. They have to go back to doing it in 30 months. But it means that the Saudis can start 2 years later and still beat the Swedish team to market. So if we're not thinking about talent and the production of talent as a productivity supercharge, then we really need to take our head out of the sand, because this is the value of what the work we're doing here is, and it's why the people in these education facilities are so important to our societies. But of course, everything costs money. So what is the cost of new talent? Well, I did a lot of research into this to try and find out an average cost or something where I could put on a slide. You know, not easy. But the reasons were is because sometimes men and women are getting paid different amounts. It comes down to education, experience, various levels. So what I did is I tried to figure out what does a talent cost on the first day after graduation? Can we at least get a number on that? And as I did research for my book, I was able to come across statistics that highlighted what we were willing to pay interns. Now, what would you think if I was to tell you that we are now already paying interns more than $100,000 per year equivalent just for coming in? Well, that's where we are, and that's where we have been for the last few years. You look at companies like Stripe, Roblox, and those, they understand that talent equals competitiveness, and competitiveness equals survival. They can get easily taken over very quickly. Everything that is over 8,300 is the equivalent of $100,000 a year. So what we do is we bring these talents into our projects. We give them for 3 months during the summer and during the holidays at Christmas, things like that. And there's such a desire to connect these people to your projects so quickly. The reason is because they want to get them into the talent funnel. There's always a feeding frenzy when the best talent graduate. Everyone's trying to hire them, and it's a bidding war. But if they can get them in earlier, if they can get them into the funnel and start paying them their first year's salary that they would get after graduation when they're in their university college, give them the hoodies, give them the tea cups and all the things that comes with it, and get them into understanding the culture of that organization, they're more likely to benefit from them as they go forward. I wrote a book and a model, and I developed a model around this, which you can read in these books. In the book, the model is designed for academia, business, government, startups, and everything else. But what I want to look at quickly now is the elite campus. The elite campus is about enhancing life through the retention of talent. And it's about utilizing education, entrepreneurship, and entertainment, whilst leveraging the abilities of the triple helix. So this is the model. The goal is to create more life in our societies. The vehicle is through the creation of talent. There's 3 elements to this. We have the entrepreneurial, the education, and the entertainment, because this is where the greatest wins are to be got when it comes to the creation of talent. How do we merge those together? Of course, we have to leverage the triple helix of government, business, and academia. Like academia brings the research prowess. This is the funnel that we utilize. Obviously, we need the government for the funding and the business for the real life challenges. But when we bring these three together and get them working in harmony, this is where we can create really good value. And ultimately, it's all about the creation of life. The world's top 40 cities are directly responsible for 2/3 of the world's GDP and almost all innovation. I'm from a city called Belfast, and Belfast was there 100 years ago, and it's not there anymore. And once you drop off that list, it's very hard to get back on it. So life creates life. And ultimately, this is what we're dealing with. It's about creating the macro, allowing the micro to create the macro through the creation, attraction, development of talent. Because this is what it's all about. How do we light up the world for that next generation of young people that are coming through? How do we put a smile on their face and give them optimism when it comes to them looking out into the world? And what can we do to ensure that our societies are a key part of that and are attractive to this next generation? Because one thing is for sure, times are changing, but change brings turbulence, and turbulence brings opportunity. And as someone who's just here to give you a very quick highlight of some of the research I have done, that's my offering to you, and I hope it was valuable in some regard. And please reach out to me if you have any questions over the coming days and weeks. You can get me on all the social medias. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Walsh. Now I would like to invite Mr. Wajdi Mannai, Senior Advisor for Educational Development and Innovation at SPIA. Please welcome to the podium.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, fasten your intellectual seatbelt because I'm about to introduce a man who has turned educational reform into an art form and who I have had the pleasure of working alongside for many years. Professor Donald J. Purak, or Don as we affectionately call him. Thank you. Don and I first crossed paths at the Carnegie Foundation, a place where great minds meet to forge the future of education. Since then, our friendship and professional journey have intertwined, offering me a front row seat of his incredible work and intellect. Now, Don isn't just a senior fellow at the Carnegie Foundation and a professor at the University of Michigan. He's also a magician of sort, transforming the complex world of education policy and innovation into something we can actually understand, and that I say, enjoy. Together with Jennifer Russell, he rallied over 200 researchers into what might we call the world's most ambitious study group, the Improvement Scholar Network, ISN. And if it wasn't enough, he pioneered online courses that make improvement science as accessible as your favorite Netflix series. Author, innovator, and the only person I know who can make improvement initiatives sound like thrilling adventure, Don's work is shaping the future of education. So let's give a warm welcome to Dr. Donald Purak.
Hello from Ann Arbor, Michigan, USA. I'm Don Purak. I'm a professor in the Marsaw Family School of Education at the University of Michigan. I'm also a senior fellow at the Carnegie Foundation for the Advancement of Teaching. I'm the faculty director of the Ed Hub for Community and Professional Learning at the University of Michigan. And I'm a co-director of the Improvement Scholars Network, which is headquartered at Vanderbilt University. Today, I'll be inviting you to join my colleagues and me in transforming education in an interconnected world. This is an exciting new online professional learning series that we've developed for people exactly like those attending this international summit. To begin, I'd like to join my colleagues in the Sharjah Education Academy, the Sharjah Private Education Authority, and the Carnegie Foundation for the Advancement of Teaching in welcoming you to this International Summit on Improvement in Education. As a participant in the summit, you're an essential member of an historic improvement movement focused on developing local capabilities for educational innovation and improvement. You are an empowered local change agent working in collaboration with researchers, government organizations, policymakers, and other stakeholders to transform education by advancing new ambitions for educational access, quality, and equity for students. And you are a valued colleague in a global community committed to weaving collaborative, continuous improvement into the fabric of education as enacted in classrooms, in communities, in schools, and in systems around the world. As members of an historic improvement movement, as local change agents, as colleagues in a global community, you and I share a set of responsibilities. We need to draw more people into the work of local innovation and improvement. We need to continue to develop the knowledge, the skills, the dispositions needed to practice and to lead local innovation and improvement. And we need to continue to build and to strengthen the social fabric of our global community so that nobody is working in isolation, and so that everybody is working in colleagueship in the challenging day-to-day work of advancing educational access, quality, and equity in their local educational contexts. But that brings us to a big question. How do we act on our shared responsibilities? My colleagues in the Ed Hub for Community and Professional Learning and in the Improvement Scholars Network asked ourselves exactly that question. And our response was to collaborate across universities, across organizations, across countries, and across continents to develop transforming education in an interconnected world. This is a new open access professional learning series that's available to anybody, anywhere, at any time, with interest in becoming a member of this global improvement movement. This series supports local change agents in thinking globally by becoming participants in a cross-national conversation about transforming education by advancing educational access, quality, and equity for students, and leading locally by using improvement science and other methods of collaborative continuous improvement to empower local educational communities to address the educational opportunities, needs, and problems of their students. The Transforming Education series is hosted on Coursera as a globally accessible online learning platform. It begins with the series orientation. This is a one-module experience that welcomes you to the Transforming Education community and that prepares you for success as a learner. The series continues with 3 courses with 6 lessons in each course that include video presentations, enrichment exercises, case studies, and community conversations. Envisioning educational transformation brings our learners into a cross-national conversation about what educational access, quality, and equity mean in different national contexts. It also guides learners in leading a local visioning conversation to build shared ambitions for advancing educational access, quality, and equity in their educational contexts. Reimagining educational innovation takes learners on a world tour in which we explore how teachers, educational leaders, family and community members, and other stakeholders are using the principles and routines of collaborative continuous improvement to address local opportunities, needs, and problems. It also guides learners in constructing a comprehensive, inclusive blueprint for local innovation in their contexts. Practicing collaborative continuous improvement introduces learners to the principles, the routines, and the tools of improvement science as a specific approach to local innovation. It also guides learners in developing a detailed plan for leading their first local improvement project. Now, knowing that different people have different needs, different interests, different professional responsibilities, and different personal responsibilities, we've designed the Transforming Education series to be as open, accessible, and flexible as possible. You can join the Transforming Education series at any time. There are no beginning dates, there are no end dates. The courses are always open, and you can proceed at your own pace. You can take the entire series, or you can take only the courses that most interest you. You can participate individually, or you can bring a friend or friends and work together in the courses. And you have a choice of 3 levels of participation. You can audit the series as a course observer. You can enroll for the series as a course participant. Now, this will enable you to earn a University of Michigan certificate in transforming education. You can also participate as a course leader. This will enable you to earn a University of Michigan certificate with a special honors designation. And you can also reuse and remix the materials from the courses in your own professional development sessions. The series is available to course observers at no cost. It's available to course participants and course leaders for $400 US, which also gives you access to the entire Coursera course catalog for an entire year. Financial assistance is available for anybody who needs support, so that cost is not a barrier to participation. All are welcome. If you personally would like to continue developing yourself as a local change agent, if you would like to develop a team of local change agents in your school, your community, your system, if you want to be a part of a global community of change agents empowered to think globally and to lead locally, pause the video and use these QR codes to get motivated, to learn more, to get connected. You should always feel free to reach out to me if you'd like to learn more about the Transforming Education series, or if you need any type of help or support. You can join me here in my office at the University of Michigan via Zoom. I'd be interested to learn more about your work, about your aspirations for transforming education, to hear what's on your mind. Again, thank you for joining us at this International Summit on Improvement in Education, and thank you for being a valued colleague in this global improvement movement. I hope that you join us soon in transforming education in an interconnected world.
I think in a minute we should have Dawn joining us via. Hey Dawn, hi. Can't hear you yet. We just need to figure out the sound, but thank you for the presentation.
Can you hear me?
Oh, I can hear you now.
Excellent. Good morning, everybody. It's 3:15 in the morning here in Ann Arbor, Michigan.
That's exactly what I was thinking. It must be very, very late right now in Michigan. Thank you for making the Zoom call. We're not going to hold you for too long. I have a couple of questions. And first of all, congratulations on the series. And I think this is a great step forward to be more inclusive, not only locally in the United States, but internationally. Don, if I channel the audience here, how can we join? This is just a matter of going on Coursera and signing up?
Yeah, it's as simple as that. There's guidance in those QR codes that I provided. I'd be happy to provide more information. But that is exactly how to join. It's as simple as signing up as you would for other open access online courses. And the important thing to know is if you look at those QR codes, there's the courses, and we're also creating a parallel community on LinkedIn so that other professionals who may be unable to participate in the courses immediately but want to be a part of this conversation can join us on LinkedIn and be an active part of the community.
Fantastic. Don, could you elaborate a little bit more about how the series fosters cross-national conversations among, we call them local change agents, to to face educational challenges globally? I like that aspect of being global. I like the aspect of having the collaboration that go beyond just one local context, but in different continents, as you mentioned. How can we address this globally through the course and beyond through the LinkedIn community?
Yeah, it's such an important part of learning of this sort. I mean, when we introduce, I mean, just a few minutes ago, Patrick was talking about sort of it's about talent, not capital. We would say that it's about local capabilities for innovation and improvement. That realizing our objectives for our students depends not only on active ministries doing their best, on researchers doing their best, but on developing local talent, local capabilities to make use of resources that are being created in broader fields and in sort of at the macro level of different systems. And the matter, though, is that doing that benefits from being in conversation across local contexts, across national contexts, that not only avail us to new understandings about how others are doing the type of work that we want to do. Through these conversations, we understand our own local contexts in more lively ways. And so when we design these learning opportunities, we embed in them an approach to learning that we call self-directed community-supported learning. Students engage videos, certainly, as you would expect, in an online learning experience. They do the sort of academic work that you would hope to have in an experience of this sort. But we create discussions, we create virtual gallery walks, we have a forum, we have team practice exercises that bring our learners together, both with their local teams and interaction with others seeking to develop the same capabilities who are in other local contexts, other national contexts. And it's through these conversations, both that people come to understand the kind of core ideas of the courses, but they also come to understand each other differently and their local context differently. So it's through this type of community-based, community-engaged learning in discussions and forums, in actual practice exercises, and in exhibits that we create the type of social learning that you were just talking about.
Don, this sounds like a great space to be in, to learn, to teach, where everyone learning and teaching at the same time. I'm afraid this is all the time we have. Thank you so much for making the call very late at night. I look forward to seeing you in California in a few weeks. And warm applause for Dr. Donald Purak.
Thank you, everybody, for the opportunity to be with you.
Thank you, Mr. Wajdi and Dr. Donald, for sharing your knowledge and insights with us today. And now I would like to invite Dr. Rabiha Sabusi, Higher Education Consultant at SPIA, to introduce the roundtable discussion. Welcome to the podium.
السلام عليكم. كيف حالكم؟ Good. So, just one. So we'll start our roundtable discussion. We have 16 topics and distributed into categories. So we have 8 categories, and the groups will be in the 2 halls. So we have that hall, the right side, and on the left side you have the agility hall. So these are the topics, and these are the moderators. So please, if you can select or choose the topic you want to contribute and share your insights and input, and join the group in either the diversity or the agility hall. The discussion will take around 20 minutes, and then we will get back here and present the outcome for each topic. The leads, yeah, they are already in the room. Not all of them are here. So Wajdi. So Wajdi, life skills, innovating for tomorrow. Agility hall, please. Yeah. So all our moderators, please, if you can join your round table so we can start discussion. And sorry for this late session, but you have a good lunch waiting later. Okay.
I would like to thank Dr. Rabiha for leading this activity. I have to say that Dr. Rabiha did a great job with the roundtables and creating the PowerPoints. This is our first time having the roundtables in our summit, so we always like to try new things, and the roundtables in both rooms. So why we're doing, as per Dr. Janier's request, why we're doing roundtables? As we mentioned earlier, we would like to have stakeholders' perspective. We would like to have discussions. We would like to have brainstorming, to know our challenges and to dig deeper in our problems. So the roundtable is about to tell us, what do you think about the topic here? So what is the difficulties? What would be the problem, to define the problem? And maybe that could lead us to a research in the future. We've had the discussion about the needs of research to tackle our challenges. So the roundtable about having roundtables in both rooms, and each table, but they're not round. Just they're not round, just to be accurate. So the roundtable, each table will have a topic, and the topic has a lead on the table, and you will discuss with the lead the challenges from your perspective as a stakeholder. To come up with a question could lead to a problem, defining the problem, and motivate researcher to search about the solution for it. So that is why. That's why we decided to take the risk and add something new to our summit. So every year we're trying to add a new activity to our summit. So hopefully tell us where the challenge from your perspective in those topics. And of course you will see the numbers. Those are the numbers of the tables. So you can choose, or you can choose even I suggested to the leads to come to the stage, and you choose based on the most handsome or beautiful one, but they didn't allow me. The QA did not allow me, so sorry. So, thank you, everyone, and we will have 20 minutes discussion on the round table. Nothing happening here in innovation at the moment, except some flowers. Which is, yeah, they are, the first one is diversity here. The second one is agility. Here's the room. This is the room, this is the number, and this is the topic, and this is the leads. Sorry? Yes. 20 minutes now to the round table. Thank you, everyone. It's like Zoom break. Everyone assigned, go to Zoom break. Zoom break, the breakout rooms in a Zoom. So this is what we're doing. We have 2 breakout rooms, and the main hall. Yeah, I should be in one table. I'm filling the gaps.
It doesn't work. Oh, okay, it's better. Okay, dear guests, we'll be taking a break and we'll resume our sessions at Innovation Hall soon.
Can you? Thank you for coming back. How was your group? Thank you for coming back. Yeah, you know, this is one of the challenges, to have people come back from the break, and even to have people to leave their conversation, because it's when they are enjoying something, which is the round tables, we felt guilty that we sent them to break, and now we are feeling guilty again having them back. So, thank you. And let's see. We will start in few seconds, few minutes. If you'd like to, please come to the middle, if you want. Yeah, please. Please. Thank you for coming back. We're a little bit behind, but it's okay. And we have, okay. We are still waiting for our participants. I still can see them coming. thank you for coming back. I know we are a little bit behind. And we will be starting in seconds. But I have to say that it was very, very engaging roundtable discussions. So I know it's very popular, but this is our first time we have roundtable discussions, but our roundtable is square. That's why it's more engaging, actually. And thanks to Omar, who helped us in this. And we will have our presenters, our leads. So we'll have Dr. Mukhtar, and we will take turns. So we need 5. Shua, and maybe Dr. Bushra.
Matt, do you want to be there or you
And and we would like one more lead to come. Who? Johannes. So, yeah. And and Sharif is going to put less than 20 minutes for us to ensure we are actually on time. We are taking turns, so we have a lot. Okay? Yeah.
Taste.
So we will start now, and Sharif, please ensure that we are on time so we don't fall behind again.
We can start now? Yes. Okay. So welcome back. Ready? Okay. So before we start, I just want to share with you the reason we group these topics into these 8 categories and why this sequence or the flow. So the first one I choose to be like as a category is the early childhood education. And the reason is that this is the very, very important part in the life of our student, and it sets the foundation for any discussion about the education. This is the foundation. So Bushra will take us through the importance of this initial stage of learning and how this impact the future of the educational development for the first topic. Bushra? The first topic on early childhood education is called Growing Bright Minds. Really? So
I'm too old to read from there. Can I stand up
please.
there?
Yes.
So.
Take my mic.
Oh, okay. So thank you very much for this. Yes, it is important. We had the roundtable was really yielded interesting thoughts and interesting ideas that we come, and it was quite engaging. And the topic was, when we looked at the whole thing, we discussed what would we like to know. That was the questions. What are the critical factors for public-private partnership in enhancing the quality and research at early childhood care and education? And we thought this topic would be very valid because we're already in an emirate where we have a lot of network learning communities, and we have a strong initiatives between private and public sector. And that is related to the vision. And to achieve this is probably one of the overarching research questions. But to achieve this is really the first thing to do that would be to identify and analyze the key elements that contribute to the success, which could be mapping of all the initiatives that are happening in the multi-sectoral and level in the ECD service across the Emirate or also in any other country that you be. So once we know what are the initiatives that are really enhancing the quality and research in on a different, when we talk about multi-sectoral, we're talking about the health, the education, the safety, the regulation, all that, okay? And then the second one is another part of research, how collaboration is being implemented and how can be optimized to foster conducive environment for ongoing innovation in all 5 themes of Sharjah recommendation and Tashkent declaration. Just a point, this is very important. When we talk about the Sharjah recommendation, it's actually a recommendation that reflects the Tashkent declaration, where all Arab countries have committed to really implement the Sharjah recommendations by 2030 to achieve Sustainable Development Goal 4.2. And we're talking the type of research here that we are going through will be a rapid implementation research that can be generated in all areas of the theme. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Bushra. This is very interesting. The second category is the Arabic language, and we have 2 topics here. So, Rana, how about the AI and the Arabic? هل الذكاء الاصطناعي قادر على تقديم شيء جديد للغة العربية؟
شكرا دكتور ربيحة، شكرا لضيوفي قمة الشارقة لتطوير التعليم، شكرا للأعضاء ممن كانوا معنا على طاولة البحث الخاصة باللغة العربية تحت هذا السؤال وتحت مظلة التسأل الخاصة بطبيعة اللغة العربية. كلنا يعرف أن للغة العربية من الخصائص ما يجعل منها مختلفة في كل الأبعاد الشكلية، المعنوية، التركيبية، اللغوية في خصائصها. الأمر الذي أثار مجموعة من الموضوعات أو النقاط التي ترغب الطاولة والباحثين المختصين، يعني نتمنى عليهم أن يقودوا من هذه الأسئلة بعداً بحثياً نضيء عليه في سنة من عمر القمة، بحيث إن شاء الله نتمكن السنة القادمة أن نحظى بالإجابة. من المميز في طاولتنا وجود الصوت الطلابي. حرصنا على النسق الخاص بوجود طالب، معلم، ثم أهل الاختصاص من الباحثين، سواء الدكتورة سوسن مكلي أو الدكتور أين هو سلمه الله يوسف، لا سامي دكتور سامي غلاب. الفكرة النقاط التي نريد أن نعرفها: هل الذكاء الاصطناعي بما يقدمه الآن من اللغة العربية يأخذ بخصائص اللغة العربية بعين الاعتبار؟ هذه اللغة التي تكتب من اليمين إلى اليسار وبكل خصائصها المختلفة عن البنية الموجودة في برمجيات وخوارزميات الذكاء الاصطناعي، وبالتالي ما يقدم لنا قوالب جاهزة أصلاً غير صالحة للعربية. هذا سؤال. السؤال الثاني: كيف يمكننا، أو النقطة الأخرى، كيف يمكننا كمعلمين ومعلمات أن نأخذ بيد الطلبة ليبتكروا برمجيات خاصة بهم تجيب عن المشاكل التي يتعرضون لها أثناء تعلم العربية. وأخيراً أختم والنقاط أمامكم: كيف يمكننا كمعلمين أن نقوم بواجبنا تجاه المعلم، والمرتبط بضرورة تدريب وتأهيل وتمكين هذا المعلم من هذه الأدوات حتى ينتخب منها ويصطفي منها ويطوعها في ضوء ما هو موجود. وشكراً جزيلاً لكم.
شكراً جزيلاً دكتورة رنا. دكتور إبراهيم، هل في إضافة ممكن نضيفها بالنسبة لاستعمال ال AI باللغة العربية؟
شكرا جزيلا لكم جميعا. لن أزيد كثيرا على وصف العربية وأهميتها، لكن بدنا نرى أن الذكاء الاصطناعي هو جزء لا يتجزأ من عملية التعليم، وبالتالي نحن لن نقف في وجه هذا التيار بقدر الأهمية المطلقة لاستثماره في عملية التعليم. لذلك نريد أن نرى، أو الآن نرى كثير من الطلبة يسلمون مهامهم وواجباتهم لتصحح وهي مصنوعة بالذكاء الاصطناعي. لذلك فكرنا كمجموعة لمناقشة: هل نستطيع أن نستثمر الذكاء الاصطناعي في تطوير مهارات الكتابة؟ يعني أنا أسمح لطلبتي يفكرون، يستخدمون هذه النماذج، يحسنونها، ثم يعيدون الكتابة مرة بعد مرة. فكما ترون لن أطيل في ذلك، إن شاء الله السنة القادمة إن أطال الله في أعمارنا سنجلس هنا مرة أخرى للإجابة عن هذا السؤال: ما أثر الذكاء الاصطناعي في تنمية مهارات الكتابة؟ وفكرنا بأن تكون بالمرحلة المتوسطة. شكرا.
إن شاء الله. شكرا جزيلا دكتور. So from childhood to Arabic language, so we'll move to the improvement in education. So in this topic, Nelis. So Nelis, we talk about the education beyond the grade. We all know as we were students, we had students also in the classroom, we were teacher as well, and we definitely look for grades. So now we are trying to change this idea of that. So your comment, please.
Thank you very much. I think in this part of the world, this is an extremely relevant topic, isn't it? I'm sure that you will all agree with me. So we had long conversations, and we were very fortunate to have some people from the medical industry with us at the table, and they explained how they bridge the gap between grades and people that can actually do the real job in the field of in the medical field. So we came up after a long conversation with this very simplified version of a research question. We say, how would a change in assessment facilitate the gap between real life skills and talent development in the Emirate of Sharjah? So we try to narrow it down and to make it localized. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much. Lynn? So the next topic is about elevating education, new path to excellence, and Lynn will just brief us about the new path for excellence.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good to be here and good to talk to you today. So yes, we focused on transformation, transformational leaders in schools. So that means leaders who are prepared to embrace change, who are prepared to take their learning communities with them, and it really involves a different mindset, a growth mindset, which involves energy and a dynamic approach. So leaders at all levels, understanding change management was really important in that. And also the wider management of the school, thinking of owners and other stakeholders, I think need to understand modern management techniques, you know, which involves, I would say, servant leadership, capacity building in others, standing back and letting others grow, as I say, a growth mindset, to grow and develop for the sake of themselves and for the community. Secondly, how can we increase alignment between stakeholders in schools and external organizations, and e.g. SPEAR, universities and industry? So alignment was something that was spoken of earlier on, and I think is extremely important, to do with actually people coordinating in a much slicker manner, you know, so that there is more streamlining in processes between stakeholders within schools, you know, from various teams within schools, and also with external organizations, with SPEAR. So I think we all need to look at our systems management and how we can actually make sure that it's as streamlined as possible to make it totally efficient and effective. And also explore our links with universities and industry, because, you know, they have a lot to tell us, and industry has some fabulous new models, some fabulous business models that I think perhaps we need to start thinking about. Can we take them on in schools? And the last one then, how do we create student communities which are global problem solvers? I think we all admit that we have some fantastically difficult global problems to deal with. And our students are our future. And we need to make sure that they can tackle those problems. You know, that when they're in schools, we introduce them to the global problems so that when they leave schools, they can actually be the problem solvers rather than the problem creators. We need to actually make sure that our students are powerful, and they learn that in schools through student-centered learning. Student-centered, where the teachers are the capacity builders, building capacity in students and actually moving them forward in that way. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lynn. Nada, it's your turn. Sorry? So we will move to the innovation in a digital world. You can see what the AI can do, generating pictures. So, Johannes.
Thank you very much. Yeah, very interesting conversation. We were 3 people around the table on the topic of innovating life skills for a digital world. What a broad topic to speak about. The discussion led on to specific questions that we would want to ask in relation to what are the real digital skills that teachers lack at classroom level. Because we ever so often see that teachers struggle with using technologies to impact student learning. So the question would be for us then to conduct design-based research as a tool for harnessing students' digital skills to enhance educators' technological, pedagogical use. And the 2 questions that we would use would be, what are the skills teachers lack to effectively use digital technologies in the classroom? And then what are the positive influences and barriers behind implementing such interventions? So a very interesting question that I think could lead to very interesting research.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So, innovating for tomorrow, what are the skills?
Thank you. So basically, we had a full house, meaning that the table was full with people. We had a very engaging conversation. And matter of fact, I think some of us didn't have lunch just because they wanted to remain there and talk about this. This is, I think, one of the member of our conversation mentioned these are the considered core skills. These are the skills that you have when everything else is gone. If you're thinking about the evolution of the workforces, more often you're going to find people switching career very frequently, and switching career in terms of even speciality. So what remains to continue guiding you through your career is these skills, these life skills. One of the things we wanted to explore is how do we prepare both students and teachers to equip them with these essential skills. As you know, in Arabic we have the saying, فَاقِدُ الشَّيْءِ لَا يُعْطِيهِ. So if this teacher doesn't have these skills in him to embed in the curricula, in the pedagogy, how can we have the students have those? Our goal is to identify what we called a profile of a graduate. What do we consider a graduate in Sharjah ought to have in terms of these life skills, and a profile of a teacher. So the question that we're trying to answer, these programs are not only accessible, that we want to create in order to train teachers to be providing these skills, but they're also inclusive and also minimize the burden on the educator. We'll focus on finding impactful, data-driven approach to ensure these initiatives foster significant, measurable improvements in our education environment. Thank you.
Very much. So with the skills that we learn, we need to implement those in the classroom. Now, this topic is about the creative classrooms teaching in the digital age. So the leader is Mr. Nidal. However, the topic will be presented by Juha, who is a CEO of Future Platform, who came directly from Finland to Dubai Airport to SEA.
Thank you. I'll be just really brief so we can move on. So also this group was really worried about the gap in digital skills and capacity, as we called it, between the students and teachers, and obviously maybe thinking that students might be at times a little bit ahead of the teachers. And then our discussion evolved in, okay, so how could we measure this gap? And if we were able to measure that and have enough data on that, then we could also start studying how does that gap and the existence of it and different levels of gaps, how does that affect teaching outcomes and other outcomes of teaching as well. It might not always be negative. And then the secondary question is that does minimizing this gap lead to an improvement in the learning outcomes? This is obviously a complex topic. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Joe. Wow. Yeah, yeah. Thank you. So, Shuha, how about redefining the education in the new age?
السلام عليكم. Now, ممكن نقلب السلايد بليز؟ اوكي. لما فكرنا بأشياء اللي ممكن انها تأثر على الطلاب لما نستخدم الديجيتال ليرنينج في الصفوف، فكرنا في بعض الامور اللي لازم نقدر نعمل فيها بحث. اول من الاشياء اللي فكرنا فيها ان نعملها او نسالها، الاسئله اللي دارت في يعني في ذهننا خلال النقاش، هو دور التعليم او الذكاء الصناعي بتطوير مهارات الطلاب. كان بعض الامور اللي كنا نطلع عليها انه هل راح تخفف من مهاراتهم او انها توفر لهم الاشياء بشكل سهل، ام انها راح تساعد على تطوير المهارات هذه. النقطة الثانية اللي هو تأثير الألعاب الإلكترونية، اللي هي برمجة الألعاب الإلكترونية أو التعلم بطريق اللعب على الطلاب برفع تحفيزهم على التعليم. أحيانا بنلاقي إنها ممكن إنها تحفزهم، هل ممكن هذا سؤال يعني كان ممكن إن نسأله في بحث. أيضا تأثير التعلم بالارتفيشال انتليجنس والديجيتال ليرنينج على الناحية الاجتماعية والعاطفية عند الطلاب. في بعض الأحيان حتى من تجربتنا مع كوفيد حسينا أنه الطلاب صارت اجتماعيا مش عارفة تتعامل مع بعضها، فهذا سؤال ممكن أن نوجهه في هذا الريسيرش. وأيضا كمان أنه إدارة أخلاقيات العمل في استخدام الديجيتال ليرنينج، هل باقتباس أو باستخدام الاي اي. والنقطة الثالثة الخامسة كانت عبارة عن هل إذا أنا بدي أمشي باستخدام الديجيتال ليرنينج، هل رح يكون هذا متوفر لجميع الطلاب؟ هل في رح يكون مساواة وعدل في ذلك؟ وهذا إشي كتير مهم. equity in learning هاي إشي كتير مهم إننا نطلع عليه. فأخيرا طلعنا كمان بسؤال عام ممكن إن نستخدمه، اللي هو نقيس تأثير التعليم بالتكنولوجيا على تحصيل الطلبة بشكل عام. هل هي فادتهم، ضافت عليهم، أم إنها قللت من التقدم تبعهم؟ شكرا.
So now moving to artificial intelligence. Suna, how about the digital insights are shaping our understanding and approach to education?
Thank you. I believe I only have 1 minute. So gamification of learning, we all know that gamification makes our learning more engaging, more interesting, it's more fun, and student outcomes are reached better through gamification. Some of the research questions or areas for discussion that we came up with was how can we use gamification technology to address teacher shortage, particularly in this area, in this field. Is gamification a way for technology and humans to coexist in the educational context? And the third one is particularly interesting, inspired by Robert, is he here? It's from adoption to adaption of technology. So we are all very adept at adopting technology, but we are not so good at adapting technology. And how do we measure the outcomes? How do we measure adaption of technology? So very interesting research area over here. How can we measure adaption in teachers who are teaching technology to improve outcomes?
So, Omar, what are the consideration, the ethics consideration with this powerful AI?
Thank you. First, allow me to extend my gratitude to the participants in my group. It was a small group, but the discussion was very engaging and very fruitful. And our research question revolves around the ethical implications linked with the use or the incorporation of AI in different educational settings. We discussed a variety of risks, challenges, such as bias, transparency, fairness, and privacy concerns. Hence, we came up with the following research question, which is, what knowledge, skills, and dispositions do users of AI need in order to be informed, critical, and ethical consumers of AI? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Omar. The data, everything is about the data. Dr. Matt, what the secret? Can you reveal something about the data? No, I clicked already. I will give you the mic. Dr. Matt, let him come.
We were focusing on how to incentivize, right, supplemental supports for at-risk kids that are below grade level or have literacy skill issues or behavioral issues. We talked about the response to intervention model, and is that being used? We had more, it's more exploratory about questions that you want to research. What percentage of schools have students that fall into that category? What type of models are being used to help those students? Will their RTI model work? We talked about the problem with assessments that are not diagnostic. So if a child is below grade level, they're taking the grade level assessment and won't give you much information about what their needs are. It needs to be more diagnostic. Some of the solutions were involving parents, focusing on reading and exploring those opportunities, maybe policy, conducting different types of research to understand what's going on, and conducting more formative evaluation research. If you can define the theory of action, the combination of resources, materials, and activities, and significant strategies that are supposed to work, let's conduct research on that and promote best practice of what works, and maybe demonstration projects that can be shared across the different schools and things like that. We had more questions, basic questions about the schools, all of our schools, than we had actually answers. So this may be a whole area for further investigation, but thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Matt. So leadership in education. So the leadership in education is a cornerstone. So we all know that, and how the leadership affects positively or negatively the education system. So we are aiming for the positive impact. Dr. Fatima, Dr. Mustafa.
Greetings, everyone. Nice to see everyone here today at the summit. I'd like to just first say very quickly thank you to all of our participants at the round table. We had a very thought-provoking and fruitful conversation, and we heard a lot about their experiences, their insights, which are very invaluable, and their thoughts and ideas about our topic. I'd also like to thank my co-lead, Dr. Mustafa Toprak, for helping facilitate this conversation. So with regards to leading change, change is inevitable. Change is happening all around us, every day, all day. And what we recognize is that there's leadership required for change to happen, and for that change to happen successfully and sustainably. So some questions that we thought about in terms of what kind of change is needed, what kind of qualities, how would one show up as a leader leading change and helping to navigate others towards new horizons. And so what we came up with collectively was, number one, when we think about schools, what makes teachers and leaders, first of all, resist change? Again, knowing that change is happening, change is imperative, change is required. And then number two, how to get others in an educational institution or an organization to accept change. And then number 3, what essential leadership qualities are needed to successfully lead change, to promote also initiatives, and to help others navigate those new pathways. And while we recognize that we were asked, to come up with, a research question or 2, we recognize that, this is just a small snapshot of what we thought about. And of course, in looking at these questions, more sub-questions could come as a result, could follow. So thank you.
Dr. Sulaiman, what are the strategies to improve in the educational landscape?
Okay. Greetings to all of you. In our group, a very small group of 3 people, including myself. So we are the brave ones, to take this important challenge of transforming education. So the first one emanated from the fact that us in the group, either parents with kids in schools or kids who have gone through schools in the UAE, in Sharjah, and in Dubai, and elsewhere. And we thought there is a disconnect between parents and schools, because the concept of the neighborhood school that exists in other countries does not exist here. You have students being bused, let's say, from Maliha to Al-Azra, and from Al-Azra to Al-Rahmaniyah. So the sense of community doesn't exist. The changes in the teaching force, the constant turnover, it can be like 30 and 40% turnover, doesn't add to that kind of a connection between parents and the school. So we thought our topic of research is how can we improve parent education, or how do we improve the connection between schools and parents, okay? And then the second one is about environmental education, because we thought building students' personal skills, helping them develop those skills through environmental education is another way to improve education. And then another one is how might we identify the factors that will enhance and accelerate the transformation of education? And we looked at the current UAE school framework. How did it contribute to changes in the educational landscape? And are there any alternatives to the current inspection system? Thank you very much.
Very much. I'm sure that all of you will love this picture, the well-being. So, right. So, Dr. Mukhtar, well-being and a digital world.
Assalamu alaikum. Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I would like to give credit to my vibrant group and name them. Dr. Simon from Ad-Durra School, Maysa, who is the principal. Maysa is a middle leader in Ad-Durra School as well. Diana from Al-Ma'rifa School, middle leader. And we had Tak from the university in Hawaii, she's there. And also Mohammed from one of the Giyad, which is one of the technology providers. So there was a nice mixed spot. So initially we defined what is a common definition of digital well-being, which is the impact of technology and online services on our social, mental, physical, and emotional health. Then we talked about common themes which are related to digital well-being, which is government policy, children and technology, cyberbullying, health in general. And then we went and focused for the sake of future research on 3 topics. The first one is related to cyberbullying. And we supported it by some evidence that we already know. So in the student well-being survey we conducted here in the Sharjah school, it told us that there are 78% of students who never experienced bullying online, but that leaves us with 12%, which is who experienced it. So there is something that we need to do about it. And hence the first question, which is promoting in digital well-being, is how do we promote empathy? And we felt that we need to implant empathy amongst children. So, because often the bullying comes from their peers. So that's one thing. And in terms of the second point, which is technology usage, especially social media and so on, the data, there is a global research that say 41% of the parents, they give their children a device to keep them busy so they can go and do other things. And 1 out of 10 parents strongly agree that they should give their child a device to own, whether it's a mobile or an iPad and so on. So we felt that whatever we do in school, it's important that it's supported at home. It's almost home is a parallel school. So that leads to the next question, which is activating the role of parents to support the practices that are in school. And finally, it's about creating a balance. It's a bit open-ended, is how to create, how to activate the roles of schools and governing bodies and regulatory bodies, in our case, SPIA, in imposing regulation to ensure that there is a balance, because we know well-being is not about physical, emotional. There needs to be a balance, and so that's something we kind of thought we could investigate.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mukhtar. Thank you for all. Thank you for your contribution and your engagement. If you are interested to join any of the research group to investigate any of those topics that were discussed today, kindly scan the QR code, and I can see a great potential for research that will be presented probably in the next summit. Why not? You can choose all of them if you have time. Again, well-being, you have to think about that. Thank you very much.
Okay, it's working. I would like to inform you that the breakout session is postponed half an hour till after the panel. Our next panel is on school improvement. I would like to welcome Dr. Fatma Bailey, Chair of the Department of Teacher Education, Dr. Richard Seder, Consultant at the National Faculty at Carnegie Foundation for the Advancement of Teaching, Mr. Ziad Shattat, Director of Continuous Improvement Department at SPIA, and Ms. Lynn Stanbridge, School Improvement Advisor at SPIA, Sharjah School students Adham Fouda and Mrs. Amal Munir, Sharjah School parent. Please welcome to the podium.
Yeah, I think it's. All right, thank you all very much. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our panel, School Improvement. I would like to begin by just asking you if you wouldn't mind to just share your name and how you are supporting and how you're joining the panel today. Can I start here with our esteemed student?
Yeah, sure. My name is Adham Fouda. I'm a student in Al-Zour Private School. So basically, just came into this because I got really interested in the whole matter.
Mike?
Good. Yeah, you hear me?
Yes, I hear you.
Just repeat?
Yes, please. Thank you.
Okay. My name is Adham Fouda. I'm a student in Al-Zour Private School. So basically, I just came here because I really got interested in the whole matter at the first place. So I hope I just can say something that he could actually use one day.
Assalamu alaikum, very good afternoon everyone. My name is Ziad Shatat and I'm privileged to be leading the Continuous Improvement Department at Sharjah Private Education Authority, the department that oversees and facilitates the improvement services provided to all Sharjah private educational institutions, including schools, nurseries, and training centers. Thank you for having us, Dr. Fatima.
Good afternoon. My name is Richard Cedar. I'm a national faculty member with the Carnegie Foundation for the Advancement of Teaching. I help to teach courses to school leaders, system leaders in various levels of government on the use of continuous improvement and methods and methodologies. And I am helping to assist Nidal and Dr. Hunada with the delivery of a continuous improvement science course here in Sharjah. Thank you for having me.
Assalamu alaikum. I'm Amal Munir. I'm a parent for 3 amazing kids in one of the Sharjah schools. I'm also privileged to be a learning community manager at SIA as well. Nice to meet you all.
Good afternoon. I'm Lynn Stambridge. I'm the School Improvement Advisor for the UK Curriculum Schools, working with my director, Mr. Ziad, and my colleagues who are in the audience. My background is school improvement in the UK before I came to Sharjah, and Ofsted inspection. So I span school improvement and the inspection organisations. Of the two, I far prefer school improvement because it has intrinsic within it a growth mindset, and that's what I'm keen to do, to grow and to develop schools. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you all again. Welcome to our panel today as we talk about school improvement. I'd like to start with my first question to Ziad. Why not you? In what ways do existing approaches to school accountability support or even distract from effective school improvement? What are your thoughts about that?
Well, thank you for the question. Accountability is a broad concept, I would say, and having an accountability system is crucial for school improvement. Each school has its own, I would say, its own approach of accountability system, having its own programs, and we as a regulators also have our own. The way we look at the school, even as a parent, the way you look at your kid, you need to hold your kid accountable. It's not about the grades, it's not about the assessment results, it's also about the skills. Why do we go to school? To acquire the knowledge. And we expect our kids to implement and to apply the knowledge they learn at the school. Now here, where the accountability system requires a clear attention. What do you want to measure? The knowledge or the skill? the majority of the schools in Sharjah context are assessment based. They all follow or adopt an assessment as a accountability system. In Sharjah, recently we have established ITQAN program, the school performance review, which is basically to hold the school accountable, in addition to becoming an international, a benchmark emirate. I would say an emirate for international benchmark assessment. The idea is to measure the schools, the students' achievement, and to hold the schools accountable. I know in the literature this has pros and cons, and I know the correlation between school accountability and what pressures the school accountability put on the teachers and the well-being of the teachers and the staff. But what we need to think of is a proper accountability system. I'm sorry for being lengthy.
Thank you very much.
Feel free to interrupt us anytime.
Yeah.
Don't give the
Thank
teacher
you.
a mic. Once you give the teacher a mic, he continues forever. So,
Thank you so much. Thank you for your response. I'd like to move over to Dr. Richard, and I'd like to ask you a question similar but slightly different. I'd like to ask you, how might we reform our school accountability to have it better support school improvement? What are your thoughts on that?
So I suppose the best thing to do for the person who's flown halfway around the world is to ask the most difficult question. You know, I think, building off of Dr. Ziad and some of his thoughts, based on some of the understanding that I have of the current school performance reviews, the inspector system here in Sharjah, and the connections with the school improvement plans, I think there could really be some stronger connections between the two. Helping the schools to scaffold from where they are to where they need to be. And it's not to be necessarily left to the school to figure out for themselves. In some ways, if they knew what to do, they would already be doing it. And so how do we find a balance between the various different stakeholders involved, the various levels of government involved, to be partners, to be co-creators in developing paths forward from where they are, where they learn where they are, the yes-no questions, the various levels of achievement in their school performance reviews, to where it is that they want to go. And so I think there are opportunities to build on what exists, and I think what was discussed a little bit earlier, how do we draw tighter connections between different components of our system?
Wonderful. Thank you so much for your thoughtful response to that question. I'd like to move over to Lynn, and I'd like to ask you, what are your thoughts also on the ways in which existing strategies, existing methods, approaches, as you have observed, experienced, noted in the work that you're doing, in what ways do you think that these are helping to drive school improvement, helping to lead us towards greater pathways for continued school improvement?
Thank you for that question. A great question, actually. I like it. I'd just like to link up with what Ziad said before I answer that one. And I do think that school inspection does help move towards school improvement. Having sampled Ofsted and the inspection system here, I think we have a very robust system. I think, I'm proud to be a part of it. And I think that actually working up to an inspection is almost a therapeutic thing. I think a lot of schools have a goal then to aim for, and they really work hard, in my estimation, to fulfill that goal and to make sure that their schools improve. I have nothing but admiration for my schools and the way they prepare themselves for inspections. So how else can we motivate staff and, you know, find new paths to improvement. Well, yes, I've been doing some work with my own schools, my UK curriculum schools, fantastic colleagues that it's a privilege to work with, and they have been involved in a great deal of networking. And I would say that we have explored the power of the team. It's been a fantastic experience, I think, from all points of view. We started off in 2019 when the School Improvements was actually founded. You know, the School Improvement branch of SPEAR was founded with a small number of good schools. And with those schools, we actually looked at the strengths, we explored those strengths, and we actually shared good practice from the beginning, from when we started. Since then, with improvement policies, we have improved. So we've moved on to quite a large contingent of our schools being good schools or very good schools. And those are now so used to sharing good practice that they have paired up with others, with acceptable or weak schools, and shared their expertise. And this is what I mean by the power of networking, having schools with distinct strengths that have quite a lot of experience in the areas that others need to improve in, being generous enough, being community-minded enough to want to share their experiences and expertise with others. And I think that has been a real strength and a way of moving schools forward. And they have embraced it so thoroughly that now we have smaller groups of networking where they have taken on individual projects and linked with each other on things that they know that little cluster of schools need to improve on. For example, EYFS or assessment. So I think we need to harness the power of the team more and understand that in our schools we have a tremendous amount of expertise at whatever level. You know, if you look at acceptable schools, we have really strong pockets of expertise there. It's just that it's not consistent across the school. But sharing that expertise and sharing the experiences of the good and very good schools is a very powerful factor in forging new paths to excellence. And I think that the ideas should be stemming from the schools themselves. They know what they need to do to improve, and getting them together to think things out, having a think tank, as it were. And I have a hub of 4 leaders who are amazing. I always run things past them. They're like an executive group, empowering them with this, the feedback, the decision making. This is moving things forward in a collegiate way. I don't believe in imposing. I believe in working with schools and moving forward from where they are and capacity building. And this is what is happening in my UK schools.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate, I think we all appreciate your response, very thoughtful. And speaking of experts, I know when I was a principal, vice principal, school development manager, and having worked here in K-12 schools in Sharjah, one of the things that I liked to do is talk to the experts. And I considered everyone in this school a stakeholder and an expert. Parents, teachers, school leaders, board of trustee members, community partners, everybody had something that they could really add, something that was valuable to helping our school grow and helping our school develop and improve. So I'd like to now ask one of our panelists, Ms. Amal, you are a parent. Let's ask you as an expert, what are your thoughts, what are your feelings, your ideas about how schools can improve?
I believe that parents are also responsible for the school improvement. They take part of the responsibility by encouraging the students to be accountable. I second what Mr. Ziad said about that students are accountable also as well. Parents also have a role in the school improvement. They should engage more in open communications with the school, being active members with the school, whether in the PTAs, in the parents' council if they can. Also part of the role with the students, which is to encourage the student positive learning at home, not only to complete their assignments, activities, but to do it with quality, on time, This will help the children a lot and help the school as well to improve. Beside this, maybe sharing our feedback with the school, which can be very valuable. This feedback can add a lot to the school, especially that some of us we have kids in more than one school and we are coming from different backgrounds. So this will help. The school feedback is really important. Being an active participation in surveys and different forms of giving feedback to the school, this can be helpful as well.
Thank you
Being an
so
active
much.
member.
Being an active
Yes.
member of the learning community, yeah, I would definitely agree. Thank you so much for sharing your perspectives with us. And so, we'd like to ask you, Adam, future scholar, future scientist, leader. Well, first of all, can I ask you, what's your aspiration? What do you hope to do when you finish?
To be honest, like as a student, I have a lot of like plans for the future and everything. But to be honest, I always wanted to be like a real successful engineer because I always wanted something that could actually help people. But I just figured out like through the years, all the perspectives in life just changed through all the experiences that you face in school and everything. So to be honest, my mind is still on engineering and everything, but I feel like it's gonna change one day because life is actually changing around me, so my mind changes with it. So that's it.
And can I ask you another question? MashaAllah, you're very, very bright, very brilliant. What do you think students can do to help their schools improve?
Yeah, it's actually simple. It's just basically just the most important word is the dedication of the student to school. Like school can actually get really interesting and exciting because it's your life, it's your future. So when you focus on what it can actually improve or what it can actually make you something in the future, you're gonna find out that it's like, no, it's mandatory, it's not a need, it's a must. So just students can actually help school by just listening to the people who just stand for hours just to give you a small piece of information. So that will be it.
MashaAllah. Well, you heard it from the expert and future scholar. Thank you all so much for your participation in today's panel. We really appreciate you spending this time today sharing your wisdom and your insights and your experiences. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you to our panelists. Thank you all for joining us in the Innovation Hall. Please check the Summit program to select the next breakout session you wish to join in the classrooms or online. Kindly join us for the closing remarks and awards ceremony after an hour in Innovation Hall. Thank you. you wish to join? Is it classrooms or online?
تهاني تهاني.
يما لا رانا المها نسلم على اول الحمد لله.
مرحب 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 بهذا الحشد. أهلا أهلا، شرفني وشرفوا أساتذتنا الكرام. أين مدرب المساق؟ اشتقنا له، مشغول. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. استريحي يا أستاذتنا نهى، ما شاء الله عنكم ما شاء الله عنكم. رؤيتكم تستجلب أجمل وأنبل الذكريات والله. بارك الله فيكم وحفظكم ورعاكم. نقف هنا بين أيديكم من على منصة أكاديمية الشارقة للتعليم، وباسم هيئتكم هيئة الشارقة للتعليم الخاص نشكر هذه الثلة الطيبة الميمونة المظفرة التي كانت رأس الحربة في استفتاحنا لمساق ضبط اللسان وفصاحة الكلام، الذي بث علنا على الأشهاد من على منصة أكاديمية الشارقة للتعليم عبر ساعاته 30 التدريبية. الله الله الله. تذكرون تلك الأيام؟ تذكرون تلك الأوراق؟ تذكرون تلك الذكريات؟ أين هي غادة في اللقاء الأول تقول أستاذة أستاذة أنا على الخاص، أستاذة أنا لست تخصص لغة عربية أصلاً. الله أكبر، بالله تصفيق حار لأستاذتنا غادة. هذه الجرأة وهذا الاستعداد، والأهم منه هذا الالتفاف حول واحدة من أسرتنا، عضوة من أعضاء هذا الفريق المتميز الذي انبنت العلاقات شاقولية ولله الحمد، بمعنى عمودية، واحدا واحدا وواحدة واحدة. وأنا أنظر إلى وجوهكم الغرة البيضاء المشرقة المستبشرة إن شاء الله، وأستذكر تلك الأيام وأقول حفظكم الله ورعاكم. حققتم ظفرا كبيرا ونصرا مؤزرا باجتيازكم لمساق ضبط اللسان وفصاحة الكلام. صفقوا لأنفسكم تصفيقا حارا، والله تصفيق حار. لا تسمحوا للسنوات التي مرت بدون الشهادة أن تأكل من حماستكم. أعرف الشعور، والله حيرتنا كان مصدرها التالي: الأكاديمية أكاديمية علمية، بمعنى لابد من جهة تمنح التوقيع، والاتفاق كان مع الدكتور عبد الله الدنان أن يمنح توقيعه الشخصي على شهاداتكم. لا إله إلا الله، تذكره الله وتوفاه، وبالتالي حرمنا من مركزه البحثي ومن مقامه العالي ومن تجربته المميزة في تعليم العربية باستنطاق الفطرة. رحمة الله عليه، وهذا مقام وفاء. فألف رحمة ونور على روحه التي لم تبخل في خدمة العربية، وقدم تجربته الشخصية في تعليم ابنه. وشهدنا التسجيلات التي تثبت قدرة الطفل على التقاط الفصيحة سليمة غنية مؤثرة، قادرة على أن تؤكد حضورها بمجرد أن نرعاها حق رعايتها، وأن نقوم على واجبها حق القيام. وقد حق لكل معلم للعربية من الأهالي الكرام أما أو أبا أن يستحضر هذه التجربة وأن يطبقها على من هو له، من باب اللهم هذا حكمي فيما أملك فلا تؤاخذني فيما لا أملك. هذا واجب شرعي علينا وعليه. وأنتم من اجتاز المساق وحقق هذا الظفر، وصرتم قادرين الآن بعقد مجزوء ستدفع لكم عقود جزئية في قيامك على تدريب 20 معلم تختارهم أنت من مدرستك من مؤسستك، طبعا في إمارتنا الظافرة إمارة الشارقة، ومن حرمنا منه في شارقتنا سيدرب في الشارقة. إن اختار أن يدرب معلمين ففي الشارقة هذا شرطنا أن ينتقل الأثر. فنحن نشكرك، استثمرنا فيك واستثمرنا فيك، نشكرك جزيل الشكر ونمنحك أيضا فرصة الانتفاع بهذا المساق. فننتقل إلى المرحلة الثانية، سيصلكم رسمي من هيئتكم أنك الآن ستقوم باختيار من مدرستك 20 معلم ومعلمة، وتقوم مشكورا بنقل هذه التجربة بمحاورها كلها عندكم، وأستاذ هشام موجود أيضا لأي نواقص أن يوفرها بحيث تطبقون مع 20 إن شاء الله تعالى. باسمكم نشكر أستاذتنا تهاني التي كانت العون والسند، وكانت نعمة المعين في كل التفاصيل، ووصلنا معها إلى لحظة أثيرة وغالية، لأن الذكريات العذبة التي كانت في وقتها كانت صعبة وعسيرة لكنها الآن تحولت إلى أجمل الذكريات، وكانت الأساس المتين. هذا المساق له فضل بعد الله سبحانه وتعالى في أن بنى أواصر التعاون. عندما يهمس لي سين من الناس على الخاص: يا أستاذ الرحمة، يا أستاذ الرحمة، احنا راجعين من الدوام، احنا صايمين، يا أستاذ الرحمة بلاش المساق اللي على الأشهاد. باسمكم جميعا نكرر: نحن نشكركم أنتم جزيل الشكر، ونقدم الشهادات التي هي شهادتك عن 30 ساعة تنمية مهنية تحسب الآن في رصيدك، مبارك عليك. ثم هي شهادتك في أن أصبحت مدربا بعون الله تنقل الأثر وتنتفع بالعرض الذي تقدمه لك هيئة الشارقة للتعليم الخاص بالتعاون مع أكاديميتنا الغالية أكاديمية الشارقة للتعليم. تفضلي.
أهلا وسهلا بكم جميعا. في البداية اسمحوا لي أن أعتذر على تأجيل تسليم الشهادات حتى هذه اللحظة، لكن مبارك لكم هذا الإنجاز، وأنا أحيي فيكم إصراركم، مثابرتكم، والوقت يعني الوقت الذي كانت تعقد فيه الجلسات وقت حرج وصعب، ولكن كان لديكم هذا الإصرار. مبارك لكم هذا الإنجاز المستحق، فعلا إنجاز مستحق. وإلى المزيد، ونعدكم نحن أيضا في الأكاديمية المزيد إن شاء الله من البرامج التدريبية المقدمة لمعلمي ومعلمات اللغة العربية. هذا وعد بإذن الله. نبدأ بسم الله بتوزيع الشهادات. سلامة. أنا بدي أحكي وأعطيك الشهادة، أوكي؟ يلا. فلنبدأ بالأستاذة ربى ضامة. أعطيكي، خليني أنا أجي. يلا. الأستاذة انتصار عليان.
مبروك كبيرة، مبروك كبيرة.
شكرا.
ضيعوا الطعم طيب
صحيح. الأستاذة نورة يحياوي.
يا مرحب، يا مرحب، يا مرحب، يا مرحب. بارك كل يستحق الله. بارك عليك. ايوه.
شكرا لك. الأستاذة غادة عمر. هيا
تعالي، فخورون بك،
البطلة.
قصة تميز.
صح؟
يلا. بارك. ايوه تصويت حاضرين.
الأستاذة لمياء عمر.
بسم الله وتبارك الرحمن. بارك عليك. بارك. فرحة كبيرة.
شكرا. الأستاذة وردة محمد.
تعتذر عن الحضور بس تصفيق لوردة. قليلا وتعتذر.
الأستاذة آمال محجوب. شكرا أمال. الأستاذة نهى النجار. تفضلي رنا.
تصفيق حار.
الأستاذة نجلاء المنصوري. الشهادات. الأستاذة أسماء علي. الأستاذة ندى السباعي.
يلا يا ندى. بسم الله عليك. بسم الله ستدربين.
طبعا أروع مدربين أصلا. الأستاذة هبة عبد العزيز.
أستاذة هبة.
تمام. الأستاذة همة نجاح. بالعكس لا كله. تعبوا. ما رح اوزع الشهادات الثانيين، لا بدكم تشجعوا، ما بيصير. اللي اخذوا الشهادات ما بيسقفوا بيبطلوا. حط الشهاده على جنب. يلا. الأستاذة مها صابر.
يا هلا يا هلا.
الأستاذة وفاء الحمادي. تفضلي رنا. رنا تفضلي.
تصفيق حار. ايش هالمسخرة؟
رنا. شكرا. يلا خلاص بدنا نروح. خلاص بكفي. جندر ايش هو يا جماعه؟ خلاص ما خلصنا. خلصنا. الأستاذ أحمد إبراهيم.
مبارك 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 أخ عزيز. يلا ما شاء الله عنك. رئيس لجنة الإسلام القاضي لسنة
سابقا
للأسف للأسف.
والأستاذ عماد حمدي.
أستاذ عماد أستاذ عماد أستاذ عماد. على سعة صدرك والله أخ عزيز. مبارك تصفيق حار.
شكرا لكم، شكرا لحضوركم معنا هذا اليوم أيضا. يلا الجمهور يطالب بصورة جماعية.
تفضل تفضلوا الأساتذة. تفضل يا أستاذة ندى.
تمارسير اقتراحي شيء ناس تنزل هون وناس تطلع عشان الكل يبين. رنا اذا بتحبي احنا بس
نجلاء
يلا تفضل. يمكن يلا ايوه يلا هيك الشهاده طلع الشهاده طلع الشهاده صبايا الشهاده هيك معلش ايش يا غدا
غيره تعالي حبيبي حظك هيك معانا يا غاده. بتعمل ايه؟ بتاع الشهادات يا عمري. ايوه بارك عليك. يا سلام يا سلام عليك. صورة حلوة طلعنا احلى.
شكرا مبارك مبارك مبارك. إلى المزيد من الإنجازات بإذن الله. والعفو أبدا أبدا. جهودكم مشكورة ومقدرة. كل الدعم كل الدعم يا حياتي.
وانا مشيكه والله كان رياض.
قولي طب خلص شو اسمك؟ خلص احلى غادة. مين عمر؟ ما بعرف شو من مرة يعني ابو خلص يا ريت عندي المعلومة. شكرا. ربنا يبارك فيك.
30 ساعة تعذيبية مش تدريبية.
الوقت انتوا احلى شيء الوقت. بتتذكروا قديش كان صعب؟
صعب فعلا. هاتي كمان بتاعت هبة هاتي بتاعت هبة عبد العزيز. لأن هي
وغدا بنظبطها. حاضر تمام. Thank you, everyone. I just want to say that it's a quick closing remarks for the day. I would like to thank everyone who attended, and I know we have also our online teachers. So thank you, everyone, for having a wonderful day. Thank you for coming here, even in your weekend. Thank you for giving your feedback, for attending sessions, for the great discussions. And we'll see you, inshallah, tomorrow in another successful day. Thank you, everyone. See you tomorrow. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
أنا سألتها قلت لها في أعمل أكثر من أدخل بأكثر من بس ما قدرت فوت غير يعني اكبسها وحدة